in a participatory democracy when citizen engagement focuses on decision-making as much as the gathering of public opinion through traditional consultation processes. In Wales, we have an opportunity to lead the way. We enjoy the benefits of both a new and a small democracy. If we are able to innovate, then the power of the parliamentary tradition that we have inherited could be magnified by the force of active citizenship. Alongside the Welsh Government's legislative programme, we could see published a Gweryn's programme to be discussed in the Citizens' Chamber of the National Assembly. Deputy Presiding Officer, democracy is not sick and feeble, but it does need rejuvenating. Today, the greatest act of political leadership would be to enhance the energy of citizenship. This is the purpose of my bill.
Thank you very much. Jenny Rathbone.
Thank you very much for introducing these ideas. I think there's a lot of merit to them. Would you agree that the health service, above all, does need to have much better citizen participation? Just because the health service is free at the point of need doesn't mean that we should be getting people going to the doctor because they've got a sore throat. You know, we really do need to get people to choose well, like the government campaign says. We need people to take some responsibility for their own health. So I think prudent healthcare summarises that, and I think without prudent healthcare, we will find increasingly that the health service cannot meet the more complex needs of citizens who have serious illnesses. So I think this is something that would be useful to pursue. But I also wanted to just ask you whether you don't think that we also need to do something to reverse the suppression of voter participation that's gone on over the last few years. The way in which it's been made more difficult for people to register to vote means that there are many thousands, indeed, across the country, in the UK, and many millions of people who are not registered to vote, either because of literacy issues or other reasons that they are unable to grasp this simple process. Would you therefore consider including in your bill making it an obligation by public services who, when they are transacting business with the citizen, whether it's on council tax, housing benefit, child benefit, DVLA, changing your licence, that automatically that public service would be able to register them to vote? This isn't an obligation to vote, but this is enabling them to register to vote. So I'd be interested to know whether you think that would be part of your bill. Thank you. Susie Davis.
Diolch, Dr Llywydd. I'd just like to record my support for these legislative proposals. The concept of a national citizen service has long been Welsh Conservative policy, but of course it's one that transcends all party divides. And there are, as David said, different models to consider here, but I particularly welcome this as any contribution to the ideas of participatory democracy, which offer an alternative to referenda, is certainly something to be welcomed. I support this because essentially it's at the heart of this. We're talking about an acknowledgement and even a celebration of both the individual and the collective, if I could speak to my socialist colleagues here, that sense of community, a call on untapped social capital to contribute to social cohesion, enhance public services in the way that David has mentioned, and absolutely to build that confident, proactive and politically engaged citizenry. I remember one of my early disappointments when I became an Assembly member was in a question to the First Minister when I put to him the question whether he'd be prepared to consider some sort of national citizen service at that point. And he said that Wales didn't need one because it was already promoting volunteering to younger people. And I think he was talking at that time about Gwirfoddol, which no longer exists, unfortunately, and which did reach some young people and was, no doubt, valuable in terms to them, in terms of their development as individuals. But it didn't really offer much at a strategic level with a clear population-level societal purpose. Now, with colleagues, I visited Israel a few months ago, and there, of course, military national service is compulsory for non-Arab citizens, and some other exempt categories lasting somewhere between 2 and 3 years. And clearly I'm not advocating any kind of replication of that. But I was very struck by some of the lasting effects of that experience on virtually every Jewish Israeli person that we spoke to, regardless of how long ago they had had that experience. And the first was the sense of unity and responsibility for each other, regardless of socio-economic background. And of course, I will accept that the ever-present security threat there is bound to concentrate minds to a certain extent. But even so, it was clear that we were meeting people who had learned to be confident about making decisions, acting upon those decisions, and trusting each other to do the same, and not just for themselves, but in a sense of common cause. Mistakes were considered inevitable, and as was the dusting down and starting again when people did make mistakes. The second thing that struck me was how this translated into their attitude towards the economy and its growth. People of all ages and backgrounds being bold, very can-do, taking calculated risks, not always succeeding, but being very comfortable in cooperating with each other, even in a competitive environment. And some told us that it was their experience of service alongside others that had given them this approach to progress, a progress which they saw as providing benefits extending beyond themselves. Oh, it was only 3 minutes ago, is it? Oh, I'm really sorry about that. Effectively, all I wanted to say is that if we're serious about co-production, and particularly the imperative embodied in the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, then we really have to do something now to encourage the population at large to be confident enough to be participants in that co-productive Wales.
Thank you. Gareth Bennett.
Thank you,
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thanks to David Melding for today's members' legislative proposal. I'm intrigued by these ideas of increasing citizen participation. Of course, the aim is laudable, but I'm not sure how easily it will be achieved in practical terms. In short, I'm not certain that this scheme, innovative though it is actually a workable one. Now, the difference between us in this chamber and the general public is that we are, believe it or not, professional politicians. I know that seems far-fetched at times when we're all shouting across the chamber at one another, but we are actually the professionals. That is, we are paid to be here most weeks. We sit on committees, we listen to evidence, we have paid staff to help us to research things. Now, that isn't to say that we have any innate ability to do politics any better than the general public, but we do this job week in, week out, within a structure that does allow us a certain amount of expertise. I stress a certain amount. The problem with engaging the general public with the democratic process is that many people are not that interested in politics. Others are interested in politics up to a point, but only in relatively small doses. The idea of actually participating in organised debates, in committee scrutiny, and so on, may not be that attractive even to the semi-engaged section of the electorate who actually follow politics a little bit. Of course, we can give it a go. These are interesting ideas. But I do bridle a bit at the element of compulsion, at the idea of people being called up for citizen service, and I wonder if that prospect might turn many, even of the semi-engaged people, completely against politics. Perhaps we need to consult some available statistics to note the enthusiasm of the Welsh public for the Assembly. Turnout in Assembly elections, about 45%. That is a statistic that is widely known and readily accessible. There are other figures we could examine. For instance, what are the average viewing figures for BBC Wales's coverage of FMQs? What are the relevant figures for Senedd TV in its broadcasts of chamber business and Assembly committees? Now, I think these broadcasts are a valuable public service, but I fear the take-up among the public of Wales is probably fairly low. When I look up at the gallery in here and in the committee rooms, most of the time they are almost empty. Some people do get engaged from time to time, usually when their local areas are perceived to be under some kind of threat. At these moments, campaigns begin and petitions get underway, and this is all good stuff. We are all for local campaigns in UKIP. Indeed, for some time our policy has been to allow legally binding local referenda on major planning issues affecting a particular area. This is where political engagement may effectively be nurtured, in demonstrating that legislators will take account of the wishes of the local residents. But the idea of the citizenry forming a separate chamber in an enlarged assembly I must confess I find the notion a little far-fetched, and I fear that, far from enthusing more people, it may actually backfire and turn more people against politics. So although I think these are very interesting ideas, I think we have to be very careful in how we go forward in trying to apply them in a practical way. So I think we need to tread carefully here.
Thank you. Can I now call the Leader of the House, Julie James?
Diolch, Deputy Llywelyn. The Welsh Government is strongly in favour of increasing citizen participation in policy making in Wales, and we certainly share the aspiration as set out by David Melding in his really quite exciting proposal to close the gap between politicians and the public, both to engage the people of Wales in decisions that affect them and to keep us rooted in the communities that we serve. I'm not sure I quite share the pessimism he expressed about some of the aspects of that, but nevertheless I understand the sentiment. The proposal that David Melding has made for citizen service, including a second chamber for this Assembly, would certainly be an interesting approach to this. And I'm sure he's aware that there are a number of models of citizen service, including models of engagement for all young people, both as a learning and as a work experience tool, in performing a wide range of socially useful tasks. And I believe the Institute of Welsh Affairs set out one such model a few years back, which I was certainly very interested in pursuing in my previous role. Also, there are a number of examples of citizens' assemblies, mainly set up by parliaments around the world, for instance in the Republic of Ireland, Canada, the Netherlands and Poland. They've all deliberated on very specific issues other than acting as second chambers of legislatures in general. A citizens' assembly or a second chamber of this legislature is of course a matter for the Assembly Commission and not the Welsh Government. And David Melding has certainly set out a lot of food for thought, especially for me, in the digital possibilities of some of those aspects of it. But I think that I would like to suggest that if there was interest in amongst members in establishing such a body, there would be a number of issues to consider, and just some of those issues were mentioned already, but such as would we need to ensure that participants would be representative of the wider public? If it's if people are voluntarily coming forward, that's unlikely to be the case. They'd be self-selecting. Sorry. Would we be looking for experts in particular fields? Conversely, would it be acceptable to make participation at some level compulsory? How would we enforce that? And indeed, how would we pay for it? As a very large number of people, particularly self-employed people or people running small businesses, already have severe disadvantages if they're called for jury service. And indeed, excuse me, indeed, David Melding, I know, is aware of some of the difficulties of getting juries together for long, complex fraud trials and so on, and how that's had to adapt over time. And what issues would they be invited to consider? And who would decide what issues they were invited to consider, including whether to focus on a few topics or indeed whether to look at in a bicameral way at the decisions, for example, in legislation that the House is making in the way that the House of Lords does, for example. Would people require training for their role? Would they require ongoing support for their deliberations? How would the deliberations feed back into the Assembly's own deliberations? Would their work relate to the work of the Welsh Youth Parliament, for example? A number of other issues, all of which, of course, are completely surmountable, but which would need to be thought through and costed and so on. In terms of policy, the Welsh Government is committed to continuing to develop its own methods for engaging people in the decisions that affect them. And again, as David Melding and Susie Davis and a number of other people pointed out, there are a huge number of ways to involve people in decisions. No one size fits all, and new approaches are always being constantly developed. I, for example, have been privileged to be a part of the Valleys Task Force Action and Delivery Plan group, based on the extensive feedback from people living and working in South Wales Valleys. And the 2018-19 budget includes a participatory budget pilot for that group. It's been extremely interesting to see what the engagement has been across those communities, what has worked, what hasn't worked, what has fired people up and what has perhaps not fired them up. And it has to be said that it hasn't always been the things that we anticipated would do so, and some of the responses back have been very uplifting and some have been deeply not uplifting. But all have been unique and interesting in a way that I hadn't entirely anticipated personally. So we're very conscious of the need to develop ever better ways of involving people in our representative democracy, absolutely. The Wellbeing of Future Generations Act requires us to take account of the involvement of citizens in the development and delivery of our objective as part of the Sustainable Development Principle, and provides a comprehensive framework covering public bodies across Wales, providing for regular reporting and audit. I wonder whether such a system might be put in place if we were to look at participation in democracy. We are very keen on increasing citizen participation in the policy-making part of what we do here in this legislature. We welcome ideas on how best to promote increased participation and constructive scrutiny of the progress we're making doing so. And I think the Assembly Commission will have a lot of food for thought in the members' legislative proposal.
Thank you. Can I now call David Meldon?
Deputy Presiding Officer, can I thank everyone for taking part and raising such thoughtful questions and really getting involved in this debate. Can I start with Jenny? You actually talked about NHS requiring prudent healthcare and patients also being responsible enough to look after themselves as far as possible. And, I think that's a general model for what we need to do with democracy. Democracy cannot flourish if there isn't active citizen participation. And I suppose what I'm saying is there's not enough at the moment for it fully to flourish in the 21st century. It's not on its knees, but we need really to have the sort of ambition that our ancestors had when they were making these extraordinary changes in the 19th century. The difficulty on voter registration does concern me deeply, and I think we need to have the highest standards of scrutiny of any system for registration. And if there are problems with current arrangements, I think they need to be investigated fully. We need a system that is secure, but as soon as we can establish that the person is a citizen and has a right to vote, that there should be the minimum fuss then about registering them, and there should be many methods to do that. And voting on, over the weekend and at local supermarkets, all these things may be possible. Susie said that much of what I talked about would be an alternative to referendums. I don't, ban referendums altogether from this model, but I do agree that what we want is to get people to deliberate. What are the challenges? How do you sort of trade them and prioritise? This is very important. And I think in terms of citizen service, we're probably going to see the need for a radical reform, perhaps even something along the lines of a universal income, with more work sharing also in the future. And one thing we could do in that model is to emphasise the obligation we all have for citizen service. And that might be, a way of opening up some of these issues. Gareth talked about the workability. Well, it is used in the legal system. I mean, it's absolutely at the heart. And clearly, people would have to be supported. Our own staff would be involved in that, the research facilities, for instance, the clerking teams. It would be part of the model. Would people be interested? Well, I think if you look around the world where it succeeded, and the Minister made reference to this, in Iceland, in Ireland, it's been transformative in them getting to discuss some of the most basic questions. And look at the new democracies that have used this in a whole host of methods, including truth commissions, and they've really got the heart of some of these things by using a citizen-based approach. So I'm very optimistic. The Minister said she's open to these ideas, and I think that was reflected in her contribution. We need to close the gap between citizens and politicians. There are still, essential things that institutions need to do and full-time politicians need to do. But we can enhance the digital possibilities and see, a real chance for a new form of democracy, participative democracy, that is conducted on a much fuller and equal basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The question is to note the proposal. Does any member object? No. Therefore, that motion is therefore agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. Thank you. We now move on to item 7, which is a debate on the Port Talbot community against the super prison petition. And I call on the Chair of the Petitions Committee to move the motion, David Rowlands.
Diolch, Dirk can I say that I'm extremely pleased to open this debate on behalf of the Petitions Committee. This is the second debate which has been held since the Petitions Committee agreed to consider referring any petition which gathers more than 5,000 signatures for a debate in the plenary. The petitioners, led by Victoria Griffiths, are seeking to oppose the development of a new so-called super prison on land owned by the Welsh Government in Baglan, Port Talbot. I would like to begin by thanking the petitions for bringing this petition forward and to congratulate them on running a passionate and eye-catching campaign. I remember it was certainly a vibrant occasion when the petitioners came to the Senedd to hand the petition over to the committee back in October. I know that the petitioners have also worked closely with their local assembly members on this issue, and I am sure that a number of members will be seeking to contribute during the debate this afternoon. The petition in front of us collected 8,791 signatures using a combination of the Assembly's website and a local paper petition. This, and the turnout at the Senedd, indicate that there is a significant degree of local opposition to the possibility of a prison in Port Talbot, and I am sure that this is not news to anyone here today. The petitioners have told the committee that they have a number of concerns with the Ministry of Justice's proposal to build a prison on the site, and before I outline these, it is perhaps worth covering a bit of background about the proposals and their current status. In March 2017, the UK Government announced that 4 potential sites for new prisons in England and Wales had been identified by the Ministry of Justice. We understand that, prior to this, the Welsh Government had provided a list of 20 possible sites in Wales to the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice has stated that it undertook a comprehensive evaluation of the 20 sites and that Port Talbot was selected as the best potential site for a new Category C prison built in Wales. As a result, Port Talbot was the only site in Wales chosen to proceed to a planning application. In the same announcement in March 2017, the then Secretary of State for Justice indicated that considerations over value for money and affordability will be part of the Ministry of Justice's final decision over whether to proceed with a new prison on the site. In answers given at Westminster on this subject in September, the Prisons Minister indicated that Port Talbot was chosen for a number of reasons. These include the capacity of local infrastructure to support the prison and the potential for benefits to the local community. It is clear from the petition that large parts of the community dispute both of these statements. Media reports have stated that the proposed Category C prison would have a capacity of 1,600 prisoners when it is fully operational, though I understand that this has not been confirmed by the Ministry of Justice. The UK Government has also stated that there is currently insufficient prison places available, and specifically that there are not enough Category C prison places in South Wales. In their response to the committee's initial correspondence about the petition, the Welsh Government confirmed that they received an approach from the Ministry of Justice and provided a list of 20 possible sites in response. The Government also reiterated that the decision over whether to proceed is a matter for the Ministry of Justice and that any planning applications would be considered locally by Neath Port Talbot Council. However, as I previously stated, the petition calls on the Welsh Government, which owns the land involved, not to sell to the Ministry of Justice for the purposes of development. During a previous discussion on this subject in plenary in September, the then Cabinet Secretary for Communities and Children stated that no agreement has been made with the UK Government regarding the sale of the land, and no discussions over its value have taken place. Given that justice is not a devolved subject area and that a decision whether or not to proceed with the development of a prison will be taken by the UK Government, it is the issue of the sale of the land that the Petitions Committee will primarily be considering going forward. However, we have written to the Prisons Minister to make him aware of this petition and the debate today. I am sure that local members will wish to outline the views of the local community in more detail during their contributions, so I will limit my further comments to the concerns raised directly with the Petitions Committee. The petitioners have outlined a number of concerns, most of which relate to the capacity of Port Talbot and the surrounding areas to accommodate a prison. These include the availability of health services and the capacity of local roads, both during the construction of the prison and once it is operational. The petitioners have also questioned the impact it could have on local employment levels and the prospects for local people looking for jobs. This is due to the potential for the prison to operate as a rehabilitation centre, with inmates potentially allowed limited day release for training placements for work experience, which the petitioners fear will take opportunities away from the local people. They have also raised concerns over local housing availability, which could be put under increased pressure if inmates choose to stay in the area following their release. Finally, the petitioners have highlighted that the land identified is an enterprise zone and is apparently subject to a covenant on its use. Schedules to this covenant have been quoted, which state that the land should be used for the purpose of an industrial park and not for other purposes. Due to recognition that it was important to proceed with this debate in a timely manner, the committee has not had time to investigate any of these concerns or claims in detail at this stage. We will return to consider the petition again at a future committee meeting. In doing so, I hope we will be able to also consider the reaction of the petitioners to the points raised today and the answers provided. As a result, the committee is presenting this petition to the Assembly without drawing conclusions or making recommendations in any particular direction at this stage. However, we feel this is an important debate to have, and we hope that it will provide everyone who signed the petition with further information and answers to the concerns that they hold.
David Rees.
And before I move into the substance of the discussion, I just want to express huge praise to the campaign group from my constituency, which is totally community-led, for the work they have done to date to bring this petition to the Chamber. I know their dedication will continue beyond today to make sure Talbot has a good way forward, and there are some of those members in the Chamber and the gallery this afternoon. The petition being discussed this afternoon calls for the Welsh Government to reject the Ministry of Justice proposals to release the land for development of a super prison. And David Rowlands, as Chair of the Petitions Committee, highlighted that as the main focus. But can I also highlight the public services that have been impacted upon are also devolved to the Welsh Government? So there's actually a second issue you may want to consider. Many of the arguments that will be raised this afternoon were raised during the Plaid Cymru debate on September the 20th. And I'm not going to apologise for repeating any of those, as they are core to the reasons for rejecting this proposal. However, since that date, further evidence has been uncovered that supports our calls in this petition. And there are two aspects that need to be addressed in this debate. One, the appropriateness of the site for a super prison. And two, the penal policy of the UK Government and the role the Welsh Government plays in its delivery. With regard to the first point, there are numerous reasons as to why this site is inappropriate. First, it's on a C1 flood zone, as already been mentioned, which was a C2 flood zone when the site was identified by the Welsh Government and given to the MOJ as one on the list. And even though the criteria for the MOJ actually said for suitable sites, ground conditions, good ground conditions, which do not have a high possibility of flooding. Now, Cabinet Secretary, I did ask about this before and asked why it was included in the criteria, and I was given the answer, it's not for the Welsh Government to determine that, it's for the developers. I'm sorry, that's simply abdicating the responsibility of the Welsh Government. The site should never have been included in any list the Welsh Government gave, and even now should be withdrawn on that basis, particularly as the conditions of the site haven't changed. Secondly, the site is in the enterprise zone, the Talbot Waterside Enterprise Zone, as already been mentioned, and that should be used for economic growth of existing businesses and attraction of inward investment that will bring further economic benefits to the community. I know the claims from the MOJ are that a prison will deliver economic benefits. But research has shown that claims the development of a super prison will bring economic benefits, including the creation of jobs, failed to take account of the broader social costs of incarcerating a large number of inmates, and that simple job numbers is not an accurate measure of economic growth. Also, the identified employment it will create does not necessarily benefit the local community immediately around the area. Undeniably true in this case, because it's known that Swansea and Cardiff are up for closing, and if they close, the direct employment of those will be transferred to this new site, and all the supply chain employment that feed in. That is reality. That is the views of the UK government for Victorian prisons. Additionally, the research shows that there can be economic downturns on investment for communities that become known as prison towns. And we are experiencing that with one business preparing to leave the town if it is given the go-ahead. So the claim that the prison will be the vehicle of economic growth in Port Talbot is totally false. Thirdly, there's the issue of the covenant on the land. And another criteria specified by the MOJ when they asked for the sites was it should not have a covenant. Others may have more time to explore this matter, but I'm sure you're aware that we've already explored it with the Council General and the First Minister, and I can assure you that will not go away. I wish to spend a little bit more time now on the second consideration, because we must give it to any new super prison proposal. The ability of the penal policy to reduce reoffending, improve rehabilitation, and the impact upon the services delivered by the Welsh Government to support that ambition. Again, numerous reports and research shows that the creation of a super prison fails to deliver on that ambition. In fact, they do the opposite. Cabinet Secretary, building crime-free lives is about a more equal society. It's about poverty, healthcare, housing and education. It's about prisons that seek to build long-lasting change and not a prison industrial complex which assumes that profound change will come through stuffing a building to capacity with humans like they are bottles of wine that will mature over time when they shut away in the cold and the dark. Let's not support an agenda that is financially driven by the MOJ. Let's rather deliver one that addresses the needs of society. Cabinet Secretary, considering the role the Welsh Government has in delivering services to prisoners, is it now time for penal policy to be devolved to Wales? And perhaps you should be pushing that agenda forward. And I agree with the comments that were made in the Plaid Cymru debate. I've turned around, I've come around to your theory of thinking. But perhaps penal policy should now be devolved. But if it was, would the Welsh Government consider super prisons a good model? Let alone build one in the heart of a community on such flimsy evidence? I very much hope not. Llywydd, I'll conclude with the following. Because now I see my time is up. I've got a lot more to say, but I see my time is up. This afternoon we'll be asked to vote to note the petition. But I actually want more than that. I want the Welsh Government to listen to the people who signed the petition and act on their behalf. I said in September that there is clearly no justice coming to Talbot from the Ministry of Justice, and I call on the Welsh Government to deliver that by setting our economy as a priority and not the MOJ's decided to save money. Cabinet Secretary, it's quite simple. When the MOJ comes asking for that land to be developed on, just say no and listen to the petitioners. But Talbot can do better and deserves much more.
Susie Davis.
As you know, the proposed site at Baglan, Cabinet Secretary, is in my region. I'm very interested to see the steps that both governments will take on this next. As I said in my contribution to the debate a few weeks ago, I have fewer reservations about the concept of these large site prisons for the reason I gave then, but which boil down essentially to their better rehabilitation rates and better facilities for prisoners and their visitors and staff as compared to the older prisons. So I won't have time to sort of dispute at length with you on that, but I think that's a contestable statement you made earlier. I've already visited Swansea and Park, but since the last debate have taken the opportunity to visit HMP Berwyn in Wrexham to help me develop my views on this a little bit, whether the type of modern prison is what I thought it was and whether the Baglan site would be appropriate. And while I fully appreciate that this will be highly unlikely to change their views, I'm very pleased that 3 objectors to the plans have agreed to come with me as soon as I can agree a date to visit HMP Berwyn to find out a little bit more for themselves about the type of prisons we're talking about here. When you make visits like this as an Assembly member, you expect to see the best or worst gloss on what you're seeing, depending on why you're there. I think this is something we perhaps all recognise. And if you're wise, then you factor that into your impressions. But even so, I would like to thank my hosts for some very frank and open discussion when I was there, even though the South Wales plans had nothing to do with HMP Berwyn. And I hope that the openness that they displayed then would be extended to anyone with an interest in this. Questions about potential burdens on local services and partnership working were met with credible answers, which were in accord with answers given by Welsh Government here in the Chamber previously. I saw the... I haven't got much time, but I'll make it quite quick.
Just a quick one. I appreciate your efforts to look to what's going on in Berwyn, but it is also fair to say that Berwyn is not at capacity, therefore it hasn't experienced some of the real pressures that will come, and particularly when we've had a situation across the UK prison estate where there are huge problems in prisons, particularly when they are capacity. And as such, I think Berwyn is not quite yet at a situation to give us good details.
Okay, yeah, it's not at full capacity. I completely agree with you, but many of the staff there have had experience of working in this type of prison before, and were informing their answers to me not just about their experience in Berwyn, but where they've been previously. As I say, I did ask those questions about the burdens on local services, and they did fit with what we'd heard in the debate, which coming from Welsh Government. I appreciate that that's contestable as well. But I got to see the prisoner accommodation and a whole range of facilities. I won't go into the whole range of them. They were impressive, as you might expect. I saw the health centre, which was particularly impressive, which was staffed and supported by the prison service themselves, not by the NHS, which fed into those questions about how public services might be affected by this. But I've got to say, the most impressive thing about this this visit was the interaction between the prisoners and the staff, which include many women staff, incidentally. It's a completely different culture based on dignity and respect, on relationships between human beings, and not that negative captive and captor sort of setup that perhaps we associate with prisons. And I really don't want us to overlook this in the very specific question of Baglan and whether that's a suitable location. One of the most important relationships we discussed was that with the local residents, because there were strong objections for the site in Wrexham at the time, and you can see why. The area is not the same as Baglan, but there are similarities in that it's on the edge of an industrial estate, it's next door to small businesses and adjacent to a housing estate. And in terms of visual impact, there's no getting away from this. It's a functional prison, it's not the Taj Mahal. But there has been some success in working with the residents in the housing estate independently of local councillors in helping them understand how the prison works and allaying fears about public services, what happens post-release, that sort of thing. I think that might be what petitioners are talking about when they talk about associated problems that it's referred to in the petition. But the management there realises it will take some time to persuade everyone of their commitment to be good neighbours and contributors to the community. I did receive some evidence that there had been some small business development on the back of the prison, but I didn't have time to explore that, so I'm not going to introduce that as a material point today. I don't expect the impressive number of signatories to this petition will change their views. You're right, David, it's a really impressive campaign. But in sharing their views directly with the MOJ, it's just sensible to be prepared for other views which the MOJ will have to take into account. I'm a bit disappointed that these roadshows that we were expecting have been delayed until the new year. I just had that confirmed. But it does give time for all interested parties to marshal and test any new evidence. I think the First Minister yesterday could have told us who the beneficiaries of the covenant on the land are, knowing that will help interested parties so that they can take a view on the likelihood of enforcement of any breach. And I'm pleased that the MOJ has now responded to that Welsh Government letter referred to yesterday, although of course I haven't seen it. Finally, Dirprwy Lywydd, the critical arguments against development will be in the domain of planning. And I ask, is it really likely that this land will change hands for that purpose before there is certainty on planning permission? As we know, no application has been made, and as we know, the petitioners have material arguments on this side, which David Rees has mentioned some of those, and they will not be considered likely by the local authority. They dare not consider them likely, should it get that far. Thank you.
Thank you. Bethan Jenkins.
The strength of feeling regarding the proposed prison is clear, and it's great to see some of the campaigners here today. The fact that we are having another debate on this issue so soon after the Plaid Cymru debate is testament to that success. It's also testament to the willpower and the determination that exists in the community and beyond. I too would like to start by paying tribute to the work of the local Stop the Neath Port Talbot Prison campaign. It's been fantastic to see so many people who have never been involved in politics or some community campaigns before to get involved in the betterment of their community. There are lots of placards across Port Talbot, thousands of leaflets have been delivered, volunteers have been knocking doors and doing street strolls. Some people would think there was an election on the cards. because of the level of activity. It's clear too that those volunteers are more than prepared to step up that activity if this proposal goes to statutory consultation, as am I. They don't want this prison, and many, many people, as you've seen from this petition, do not want this prison to go ahead in Port Talbot, and we do not need it here in Wales either, for reasons that we've given previously. Despite the strength of feeling, there has been a noticeable flip-flopping of positions by the Welsh Government over this issue. Our government, which is tasked to make the lives of the people of this country better. This petition is clearly worded to call on the Welsh Government to change course. First, the Welsh Government, when this proposal was first announced, said they had worked closely with the UK Government to select sites and that they would continue to work with the MOJ. There seemed to be a positive welcome about the modernity of the new prison and unproven arguments about rehabilitation. Then, things changed to the decision being purely one of the MOJ, and that the Welsh Government had very little at all to do with this proposal, despite evidence that Welsh Government officials were engaging with local businesses in the vicinity of the site, possibly before the formal announcement in March. The latest position, after being presented with evidence related to the Land Covenant Agreement on the proposed site, that it is within their power to block or at least delay the proposed site from going ahead. The Welsh Government are now in the position of saying that they're waiting for more information and vague guarantees regarding the site before any decision is made. That no decision has been made to sell the land owned by the Welsh Government is where we're at the moment. There is an inconsistency and a refusal by the Welsh Government, in my view, to take responsibility, which has become a hallmark of what we've seen with regards to this particular issue. So let me make it clear. The ability to block the prison is within the power of this Welsh Government. They do have ministerial power to block or delay the sale of this land to the MOJ. Not only is there a covenant, there is also the fact that very recently this site, as has already been said by David Rees, was a high flood risk area. I don't think government answers on that issue have been enough for local people so far. Legal advice which has been provided to me shows the Welsh Government can legally refuse to sell the land and force the MOJ to compulsory purchase it. Myself and others have pointed this out to ministers time and again, but to no avail. The fact they will not recognise the power they hold suggests to me that they want this super prison to go ahead. But beyond legalities, where is the Welsh Government in doing their duty and being an advocate for Wales? I understand that some here, particularly the Conservatives and UKIP, are generally in favour of more prisons. But the progressive position should be to oppose an ever-increasing prison population. There should be an opposition to doing incarceration and rehabilitation on the cheap. There is plenty of evidence from elsewhere in the world that large-scale prisons are not conducive environments for proper rehabilitation. And do you know what? Not even talking about looking at research, talking to prisoners now and talking to ex-prisoners who tell me that it's like a factory system, that tell me that they are not rehabilitated when they get out of that system, that they go back into crime, and that crime happens in prison, crime that they weren't even involved in before they got into prison. They got involved in when they were incarcerated. So I think we need to get a reality check on that too. Rehabilitation in prison works best on a smaller scale. It's the same in schools. It's not a new concept. If you have a smaller class size, you'll have more attention from the teacher. If you have a smaller class in prison to be able to be rehabilitated by that person, you will generally be more successful. Why are we looking at these expansive sized prisons here in Wales when we simply do not need to have those scale of prisons? The Welsh Governance Centre has said that we would be over capacity if we created this prison in Talbot, when we have a new prison in North Wales to house those very Welsh prisoners who are in prison in England because they could not be housed in Wales before now. Why are we not repatriating those prisoners to Wales where they should be, as opposed to keeping them in prisons elsewhere in the UK? I'm already over time and have much more to say, and sadly won't have the time to say it. But I think it's a testament of this campaign and the local the area that we want jobs that are viable in Port Talbot. We don't want to have jobs that are somehow we should accept anything for the sake of having a job. I think it's quite unambitious of the UK Government and the Welsh Government to think that we should just accept what we're given. Talk to the people of Port Talbot, talk to them about what jobs they want, as opposed to it being thrust upon us without us having a decision on something so important as a prison. We do not want to have a new prison in that area, and I hope that the campaigners are successful and will join those politicians who are on their side as part of this campaign. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Dyfrwch Llywydd. I'd like to thank the Chair of the Petitions Committee for bringing forward this debate today on an important issue facing my region. I live in Port Talbot, and I must say at the outset, I am not, in principle, opposed to the establishment of a new prison in Port Talbot, in principle. Despite the protestations of many opposed to the new prison, Wales definitely needs a new prison. But the location has to be correct, and if there is any aspect which renders it incorrect in Baglan, unsuitable, such as the flooding aspect, which Nigel, who's Plaid Cymru councillor, spoke to me about not so very long ago, then obviously that site is unsuitable. Just 2 weeks ago, mental health charity Havel warned that overcrowding at HMP Swansea was affecting the safety and mental health of prisoners. And when the Victorian prison was built, it was designed to hold around 240 prisoners. It currently holds twice that number. Swansea is the third most overcrowded prison in the UK. And with the exception of the new prison in North Wales, all of our prisons are overcrowded. Cardiff is operating at 150% capacity, as is Usk. Park is operating just over capacity. Having worked for many years at HMP Park, I can tell you that overcrowding is hard both on prisoners and staff alike. Prisoners in modern prisons are not simply shut away in the dark and forgotten about. They are rehabilitated. And if anyone wants to speak to me on my 8 years of experience, I would only be too happy to tell them. In recent years, as a result of overcrowding, self-harm amongst prisoners has skyrocketed, as has sickness and absence amongst most prison officers. There has also been a rise in assaults on prison staff. In the last 10 years, the number of self-harm incidents have nearly doubled to around 38,000 a year. And over the same period, assaults on staff have increased by over 32%. Last year, there were around 6,500 assaults on staff, 761 of which resulted in a prison officer being hospitalised. Yes.
I thank the member for the intervention, and I listen to what she's saying, and I accept fully that when prisons are overcrowded and we need to ensure that's the case. But do you agree with me, therefore, that the £1.3 billion that the Ministry of Justice has put aside for 4 new super prisons would actually be better spent on improving the justice system to ensure that the people who need to be in prison are in prison, not all those who don't need to be there, and therefore get the system right, because the system's failing.
So
the system's in chaos.
Are you trivialising crime and not thinking of the victim then, David? Because what you're saying is crime is trivial. Some crimes are trivial. They're not when there's a victim involved.
I didn't say that, you know it.
Well, you have just said it. We have to tackle overcrowding, and unfortunately this means building more prisons. Wales currently has 5 prisons, yet a large number of Welsh prisoners are housed in prisons in England. Some opponents of the prison claim that Wales is becoming the new Botany Bay, becoming a dumping ground for English prisoners, and this is rubbish. There are nearly 2,000 Welsh prisoners held in English jails, yet 700 English prisoners are held in Welsh prisons. We have no women's prison in Wales and not a single Category A prison. There is a clear need for a new prison. Wales has 4,747 prisoners, yet the 5 prisons in Wales have an operational capacity for 3,700 prisoners. We have to build a prison, but we have to ensure it is in the right location. I believe my region will benefit from the new prison. Neath Port Talbot recently topped the chart for having the worst social mobility in Wales and one of the worst in the UK for poverty. The local community desperately needs inward investment, and the prison will bring much-needed employment opportunities. And I resent the fact that these employment opportunities have been trivialised and called non-jobs, effectively, not just in the construction phase, but also during its operation. And despite this, some politicians have been mobilising opposition to the plans and playing on people's fears. The argument based on community safety just doesn't stack up. The prison will be a low-category prison, not housing dangerous, hardened criminals and murderers. It will house Category C prisoners. In contrast, we have prisons in the city centres in Swansea and Cardiff that house higher Category B prisoners, and there has been no public safety incidents at either of these prisons, and nor have there been any at HMP Park on the outskirts of Bridgend. HMP Park, Swansea and Cardiff have also not been a drain on local resources. And the petitioners claim that over 8,000 signatures show the majority of the town are against the prison. Port Talbot is home to over 37,000 people. If every one of these signatures were from that town, that would be less than a quarter of the population. And these signatures are not all from that town, are they? If the majority of residents were opposed to this prison, and I couldn't convince them of the benefits it could bring, then, as their representative, I would oppose the prison being built in Port Talbot. But as it stands, the majority of people have not shared their views, and I therefore believe that this should be decided by the Planning Department. And as we are in the early stages of this proposal and process, I cannot support the petitioners at this time.
Rathbone.
I don't think we need a new super prison like we've got at Berwyn. Certainly not before we've seen how Berwyn performs in terms of its ability to reduce recidivism. At the moment, it looks horrendous. Over 2,000 people in 3 blocks and units of 88 men together. This is not the sort of... it's barracks accommodation, it's, and I can't see how that is going to do anything.
I just wanted to check whether you've seen that, because I have, and I wouldn't describe it as barracks accommodation myself.
I absolutely concede that I haven't been to Berwyn, but it's far too soon for us to know how it's going to perform, as it only opened at the beginning of this year. And so I certainly don't think we should be jumping into another super prison. We have an appalling record in terms of recidivism. At the moment, we lock people up to make them into more successful criminals, particularly those on short sentences, despite the best efforts of individual prison officers and other agencies who endeavour to change that. But this isn't about attacking people in the system, nor is it about denying that victims need justice and that people have to serve their time. But we cannot be moving towards the US system, where they spend more money on locking people up than they spend on education. And so this is not the solution, it seems to me. And I don't understand, therefore, why Wales should be part of a broken, ineffective criminal justice system that we have at the moment. The particulars of this site is that I understand that it's due to go over a piece of land that Mark Barry has designated as part of the Swansea regional metro, and that seems absolutely crazy to if that is a strategic part of that. Yeah. But the fact is that half all the adults released from prison reoffend. And 65% of those, two-thirds, reoffend if they've had a sentence of less than 1 year. So it's completely pointless sending people to prison for sentences of less than a year, because we need to have other ways of ensuring that they serve their time. And the recidivism is much less for the, people who've been given cautions. I just find the way in which criminal justice is completely dominated by the prejudices peddled by the Daily Mail, which for decades have been putting out their vitriol to anybody who tries to describe a different system. Their vitriol doesn't just extend to offenders, it extends to children. I fully recall the deeply disagreeable campaign to stop a children's Christmas party at Holloway Prison, all because it had been released that the prison officers had organised this for these children, who obviously are the most disadvantaged people who lose their parents when they go to prison. I just think that the cost per bed of 40,000 a year could be better spent. And we need to look at better systems within Europe. For example, in Norway, where the penal system, yes, people go to prison, but they are given trust and responsibility as soon as they are able to demonstrate that they are determined to live a crime-free life on release. They get weekly conjugal visits, and which is a very important thing because it enables families to stay together, which is a key part of preventing people going back to being criminals. If you treat people like animals, they're likely to behave like animals. And instead, in Norway, they live in pods, bungalows of 4 to 6 adults. They get to buy their own food for breakfast and supper. They only have one meal prepared for them. And they work in order to earn their keep. I agree that Swansea and Cardiff are reaching the end of their life, but realising this asset would give us the resources to build a different sort of prisons which retains the links to the local community. I can tell you that the people whose loved ones are currently in Cardiff prison don't have the money to go to Port Talbot. We need somewhere to hold people, somewhere close to Cardiff, somewhere within metro distance of Cardiff. And I hope that we don't have this new super prison in South Wales. I don't feel the need for it, and I think we should do something completely different in Wales.
Thank you. Di Lloyd.
Diolch, Dirprwy Lywydd. Can I welcome this petition, Port Talbot against the super prison and its 8,791 signatories. It is a happy coincidence of the timetabling in this place that the debate before this was about citizen participation, elegantly espoused by my old friend David Melding there, and we all nodded sagely and everybody was in total agreement what a happy and healthy place it would be if all citizens partook in the democratic process and were valued for their contribution. So here we are, stage one. Let's see if we value the contribution of citizens of Port Talbot then, shall we? Because we've rehearsed the arguments against building a super prison in Baglan here in the Assembly several times this year in questions already, and we had a Plaid Cymru debate, as we've already alluded to, in September. The vote was lost. The Plaid Cymru motion was asking us to vote to stop the super prison. Only 9 Assembly members here voted to stop the super prison. Now, many people have said to me, don't have the prison. Nobody has said to me, a super prison in Baglan? What a great idea. Nobody has said that to me. There is public clamour locally for the tidal lagoon. There is still public clamour for electrification of the main railway to Swansea. But a super prison in Baglan, public clamour came there none. I hope we're not being offered this prison instead of a tidal lagoon or instead of electrification, but let's not hold our breath. Now, Welsh Government owns the land in the Port Talbot Enterprise Zone, as has already been alluded to by David Rhys-Bethan and others. That's the land that's been earmarked for this super prison. Why does Welsh Government simply refuse to sell the land to the Ministry of Justice? Job done. We know prisons, courts, justice, probation, they're not devolved to us in Wales. That's why London can come along and say, we'll have a super prison in Baglan because we had no inkling that was happening. It's not devolved to us. Why should it involve us? Because justice is not devolved. However, the money, as Vaughan Gethin, Cabinet Secretary, told us in budget scrutiny in the Health Committee a couple of weeks ago, the money that comes with prisons does not compensate for the expense of local health service provision, social services, mental health provision, local government provision and all the rest. It is inadequately funded by the Home Office, the current prison provision in terms of the devolved services that have to be there to back up the situation as regards prisoners reoffending, as David Rees mentioned earlier. Those extra services are not funded adequately, and that comes from the Cabinet Secretary for Health's own mouth. So, we've had an elegant disposition of the power of citizen participation, or the very embodiment of same.
This, of course, is about a very particular issue of whether there should be a prison in a specific place. What I think a citizens' assembly could do, and at the moment it would have to be an England Ways one, but I mean at some point we may have penal policy devolved here. I would ask them, should we have an imprisonment pattern that's nearer the European model, or our current one, where we imprison between 2 and 3 times the number of people needed for public protection or protection from serious theft? That's the sort of question, because if that's answered a particular way, you wouldn't need a super prison in the first place.
Well, exactly right. And surprising coming from the benches that you sit on. But I applaud that viewpoint, David, and also applaud your elegant disposition, as I've said before, as regards the vital importance of citizen participation. So this is what this is about. There's a petition there, there are petitioners here, and this is about the importance of citizen participation in democracy. Now, if that means anything, if a petition means anything, surely Labour have a chance to stand up for their oft-used slogan of standing up for the people of Wales. Well, here's your chance. Refuse to sell the land. Stop any prison development in Port Talbot. Diolch yn fawr.
I now call the Cabinet Secretary for Local Government Public Services, Alan Davis.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I have listened carefully to the debate that has taken place this afternoon, and I'm very grateful to members for the time that they've taken to participate in the debate, and grateful also for the Petition Committee and the petitioners who have taken the time to bring this matter to the attention of the National Assembly. The motion in front of us today asks us to take note of this petition. We will do so. We will take note of the petition. But in doing so, we will also take note of the debate that it has engendered and take note of the arguments that are being put forward. We will take note of the debate that we've had today and the ongoing debate around not only this particular prison, but also the policy that seeks to underpin it. And in doing so, Deputy Presiding Officer, I would also like to give my own personal thanks to David Rees, who has taken time to brief me and to talk to me and to meet me to outline the issues that are behind this issue. I'm very grateful to David for the way in which he has approached this matter and the way in which he has informed the Government of the views of the people of Port Talbot. Can I, first of all, Deputy Presiding Officer, in replying to the debate this afternoon, to 2 things. First of all, to outline the process which has led us to where we are today, but then also to outline the approach that I would like to take in the future. The Welsh Government was approached by the Ministry of Justice as part of an exercise across England and Wales to identify sites that could be developed for a prison. We regularly engage with businesses and developers in this way, and in this case we supplied a list of 20 sites. We were clearly not a part of a decision process that selected Baglan in Port Talbot as a preferred site, as this was a UK government-led process. Of course.
Thank you, Minister. But as I said in my contribution, when there's a criteria set by a developer, surely it's incumbent upon the Welsh Government to meet the criteria that the developer wants. And in this case, it didn't. I just think that needs to be addressed.
I understand the point the member's made, and he has made that point to me in our private meetings. I'm grateful to him for repeating it this afternoon. Clearly, the measures that have been taken out and the debates and discussions that have taken place do not presume a successful planning application, nor do they presume the sale of the land. No actions that have been taken by the Welsh Government to date make any presumption on the conclusion of this process. The Ministry of Justice wrote to me late yesterday afternoon regarding the Baglan proposal and the wider prison estate in Wales. They have confirmed that the proposed facility would hold Category C prisoners. The Ministry of Justice have described Cardiff and Swansea prisons as reception prisons, and that they, the Ministry of Justice, anticipate that there will be little functional overlap with the Baglan proposal. I will be considering the Ministry of Justice response further, but believe that we do have a responsibility to undertake an open and wide dialogue with UK ministers regarding the wider offender management agenda, and in particular the current proposal for Baglan. And I undertake, Deputy Presiding Officer, that I will take forward that dialogue. So let me turn to the approach that I would wish to take as a Cabinet Secretary in this area. David Rees, in his contribution in this debate, suggested that penal policy be devolved to Wales. I would agree with him. I would agree with him that we do need a justice policy in Wales that is a holistic policy, that isn't simply a policy for the incarceration of people in the way that Jenny Rathbone outlined. I hope that we would see justice policy as part of our overall policy for safe communities, to ensure that people who have offended are rehabilitated and able to live lives as a part of our communities across the whole of Wales. I would like to see a prison estate that is modern, that is functional, that is able to deliver safety and security for prisoners and for the wider community. A prison policy that isn't based on simply a punitive desire for revenge, but a policy that is based on safe communities and a holistic approach to bringing together services such as education, skills and healthcare, which are already devolved. At the moment, the current devolution settlement does not serve Wales well. It means that our administration of justice policy is poor in compared with England and Scotland. It does not deliver the policy that meets Wales's needs. I hope that the Justice Commission that the First Minister has established will begin the job of creating a structured approach to justice policy that will meet Wales's needs for the future. I hope that we will be able to continue to bring together all of the community services that already lie within our devolved responsibilities with a justice policy which will enable us to move forward and move away from the rather sterile debates of the past. I met with Under-Secretary of State in the Department of Justice, Ministry of Justice last week to begin this conversation. I will say to members it was a positive conversation, and it was a conversation that I hope we will be able to progress. We discussed a wide-ranging agenda, including youth and female offending. I hope that we will be able, with the Ministry of Justice, to conclude an agreed way forward in the short term that will ensure that both devolved and non-devolved services were able to work together in a way that perhaps we have not done so in the past. For the future, I hope that we will be able to have a single justice policy for Wales that will be a holistic policy and one which will focus on the people and the individuals and the communities. So let me say this in closing. The Welsh Government is committed to providing business and economic support for people of Port Talbot and elsewhere. I won't take an intervention at the moment. The points that were made by Rees were well made. The United Kingdom Government has all too often turned its back on the people of that area. Electrification and the tidal lagoon are good examples of how the UK Conservative Government has turned its back on that part of our country. In the last 2 years, we have offered near £1.5 million to 9 companies in the area and £13 million to Tata, which will directly benefit the Port Talbot works. Communities too have benefited from £20 million of Welsh Government support, including an additional £11 million of Viable and Vibrant Places funds. So the Welsh Government and the people of Port Talbot need to understand what the Ministry of Justice wish to propose in the future. But we undertake, and I undertake as Cabinet Secretary, Deputy Presiding Officer, to keep members informed of all the discussions we have with the Ministry of Justice on this and other matters, and I give an undertaking that I will return to the Chamber to make a further statement in due course.
Thank you very much. Can I call on David Rowlands to reply to the debate?
Yes. First of all, can I thank the members for their contributions to the debate and to the petitioners for bringing this petition forward. David Royce pointed out the appropriateness or non-appropriateness of the site with the flood zone, and that it was designated as an enterprise zone, and job numbers is not really a measurement of what it would bring in the way of prosperity to the area. Susie Davis pointed out that there were objections agreed to the prison, but there were also objections when the prison was due to be built in Berwyn, and she pointed out that many of the concerns of the people in the Wrexham area seem to have, at least in part, been negated over the last few months. Bethan Jenkins spoke of the strength of the campaign and pointed out the changes of the mind of the Welsh Government, the Welsh Government's power to block the sale of the land, and reiterated David Rees's comments on the lack of rehabilitation in large prisons. I think it must be noted here the passion with both these speakers brought to this debate and their commitment to the people of Port Talbot. Caroline Jones took a different view in many ways to some of the contributors here, in that she is not in principle against the prison, but noted some of the physical barriers to the actual construction of the prison. She also made a detailed description of overcrowding, particularly in Swansea, and a clear need for a new prison, and she emphasised that there were employment opportunities with this prison coming to Port
Are you taking an intervention from
but she
Bethan Jenkins?
also noted that it is a low-category prison, and that the ultimate decision on that is that it will in fact be decided by local planners. Rees pointed out that 9 members in this chamber only voted to stop the prison in an earlier debate, and he also pointed out the other matters with regard to the Swansea Bay barrage and electrification of railways, which would have been much more suitable places to bathe. And of course, Bethan, did I mention you, Bethan, in passing? I'm sure I did. I did. Would you like an Oh, absolutely.
Well,
sorry.
the Minister Cabinet Secretary, didn't take an intervention off me. But what I wanted to try and ask him was the fact that we're still none the wiser here today as to what the Welsh Government's view is. If you decided not to sell that land, there would be no need for a planning application. So will the Petitions Committee consider this as part of your deliberations? Thank you very much.
Of course, we will indeed, and we will be taking all the points made in this debate when we next consider this matter in the committee. I would go on to say that Alan Davis, in answering some of the questions, said in particular that no action by the government to date has committed the government to the prison at Baglan Bay, but emphasised that the government would be continuing to engage in the process with the Ministry of Justice. He mentioned again about the fact that the UK government had not committed to Swansea Bay or to the electrification as far as Swansea, and he condemned them on that basis, and we could all understand why that is the case. We will, as a committee, return to consider the petition again at a future meeting. In doing so, I hope we will be able to also consider the reaction of the petitioners to the points raised today and the answers provided. As a result, the committee is presenting this petition to the Assembly without drawing conclusions or making recommendations in any particular direction at this stage. However, we feel this is an important debate to have, and we hope that it will provide everyone who signed the petition with further information and answers to the concerns they have held. Thank you.
Thank you. The proposal is to note the petition. Does any member object? No. Therefore, The motion is therefore agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. Now move on to our next debate, which is Plaid Cymru debate on Catalonia, and I call on Adam Price to move the motion.
Diolch di'r Lywydd, ac mae'n anrydydd gen i dweud y gwir i arwain y drafodaeth yma yn enw Plaid Cymru. Fydd yn rhoi cyfle cyntaf i ni fel Cynulliad Cenedlaethol i fynegu barn ynglyn â'r sefyllfa gyfredol yng Catalonia. Dwi'n neud hynny gyda angerdd y dweud y gwir, fel Cymro, fel Ewropead a fel Democrat. Fe draddodau y rhan fwyaf o'n sylwadau prynawn yma yn iaith ryngwladol o ddewis gyntaf y rhan fwyaf Catalaniaid, sef Saesneg, mwyn hwyluso ein neges ni o gydlyniad a hefyd cyfrannu yn fwy helaeth at y drafodaeth ryngwladol ar hyn o bryd. I was in Barcelona on the 1st of October when the independence referendum was held. It was a horrific and inspiring experience by equal measure. I never thought I would see in a Western democracy a position where I was in a polling station and people, ordinary citizens, were forming human chains in order to prevent the Policia Nacional and the Guardia Civil from breaking in to that polling station and breaking up the democratic process. At the same time, it was incredibly impressive to see the quiet dignity of the Catalan people, waiting for hours from the early hours of the morning, actually, to vote. Many of them, the first voters in almost every polling station, were the elderly, some of them in wheelchairs. The voting was delayed for hours because of the repressive measures of the Spanish state. And the tears in their eyes, and in the eyes of their families, and the eyes of the citizens around them, and many of them saying they've been waiting there in the cold for hours, and we've waited our entire lives for this moment. And nobody could, I think, fail to be inspired by that commitment, a commitment born out of a commitment to democracy, but carried out in a spirit of non-violence as well. And that's why this message of solidarity is so important from this institution. We do it because, as a small nation, we should never allow the illegal usurpation of power by a central state against the duly elected parliament of a small nation. We cannot stand idly by when citizens are brutally repressed in the way that happened on that referendum, and we cannot see a position where the elected members of a democratic government are actually imprisoned simply because the constitutional policy that they represent is at odds with that of the central state. Of course, this tradition of solidarity between this nation and the Catalan nation has deep roots. There were Welsh members of the International Brigade that lost their lives at the Battle of Gandesa. And of course, that struggle, the struggle during the period of the Spanish Civil War, saw, of course, the close interconnection between the universal fight for democracy and for civil and political rights and the desire for decentralisation and the desire for self-determination by the Catalan people. There are dark and clear continuities in Catalan and Spanish history. I mean, the Declaration of Independence, of course, happened on the 27th of October. Effectively, Catalonia was independent for 4 days until that was quashed by the Spanish Constitutional Court. On the 6th of October in 1934, an earlier president of the Generalitat declared a Catalan state that lasted for 10 hours, of course. And he was subsequently had to be was forced into exile. You know, an exact replica of what happened to Puigdemont. In fact, Luis Companys, of course, eventually the Generalitat was resurrected later during the course of the Spanish Civil War. He ultimately was exiled again, brought back to Spain, and was executed. He remains the only incumbent democratically elected head of a government in Europe that has been executed. Puigdemont is the only duly elected, democratically elected leader of a national government that has faced an European arrest warrant. Since the recreation of the Generalitat in 1932, no less than 709 of the presidents of the Generalitat have either been imprisoned or exiled by the Spanish state. That is the sad fact of the continuity that the Catalan people have had to face throughout the course of their history, to demand actually what is a modest and universal demand, which is the dignity that can only come with the right to exercise your own self-determination as a people and as a nation, which of course is written into the UN Charter. I think it is incumbent upon us, to send this message of solidarity to the Catalan people as members of a small nation representing a parliament in a small nation, but also as Europeans and as European citizens. And I think I can only echo and pay tribute to the words of Companys himself, who said this: "We will suffer again, we will fight again, and we will win again." That, I felt it on the streets there, moving from polling station to polling station, the indomitable spirit of the Catalan people, who for generations have been struggling for this basic human demand, which is the rights of nations everywhere to self-determination. And I hope that this National Assembly, in sending its message of solidarity, will support that universal right for all peoples and all nations.
Lee Waters.
This isn't a matter of concern just for nationalists, this is a matter of concern for Democrats, and I think there should be a strong message from our Welsh Parliament to the Spanish and the Catalan Parliaments that the principle of consent must be central to any democratic country. I was appalled at the events over the summer and recently, the way the Spanish government dealt in a completely disproportionate and undemocratic way with the perfectly legitimate demands of the Catalan people for a right to express their self-determination in a referendum. And for several years, the Spanish government have denied that simple right that we take for granted in these islands, the principle of consent. And I recognise that across Europe, secession is not treated in the same way as we in this country have come to treat secession. And it's to the credit of the UK government that when Scotland made demands for an independence referendum, even though they disagreed with those demands, the UK government allowed that referendum to be held and made clear that they would abide by the result of that referendum. And that principle should apply throughout Europe. And I was disgusted, really, that the European Union, that many in this chamber believe to be a force for peace, democracy and stability over the last 70 years, stood silent while the rights of a constituent part were trampled over. And it might have had some explanation with an article over the weekend by the Spanish Prime Minister thanking Theresa May for standing by the Spanish government over recent months, and that wouldn't be forgotten when it came to the Brexit negotiations. And that might provide some insight into the internal politics that was going on within European member governments to explain their silence on this regard. I don't support Catalan independence. I spent some time in Catalonia over the summer and spoke to a number of people living there who were uneasy with the demands for Catalan independence. This is one of the richest parts of Spain, and its loss from the country would be a clear blow to social justice across the whole country. So I completely understand the anxieties of the majority of people from the polls in Catalonia. But surely it is right that those were given a chance to express themselves legitimately in a proper referendum, and the continued refusal of the Spanish government to do that brings shame on them. And the way that peaceful protesters were trampled on and their leaders imprisoned is a stain on the whole of Europe, and I think it's right that our Parliament sends a loud and clear signal that we think this is unacceptable. Diolch.
David Melding.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Can I say we will oppose this motion, though I do recognise the strength of feeling and the passion that in particular is on the Plaid Cymru benches. But I do think that this whole subject requires deep discernment rather than brief debate, and we always need to be modest when we are passing judgment on another state altogether. Whilst the first 2 points of this motion are not contentious, the third and fourth certainly are. I share some of the frustrations that Lee Waters has just expressed, that some of the decision-making by the Spanish state has not been exemplary, to put it very modestly. But I'm afraid the Catalan government cannot be excused some of the errors it's made as well, especially in not creating an environment in which those Catalans that do not support independence can freely express their views and take them onto the streets as well, and the polling stations. Two people now. I think I did see Mick just fractionally first.
Can I ask, would you accept that that this problem has arisen because of the continued refusal of the Spanish government to actually allow a properly organised referendum?
I mean, I think in Britain we would say that you should have a referendum, and but both sides agree with, and then proceed. But of course, Britain is the only state in the world that currently believes that that's how secession should be dealt with. I mean, I agree that's how it should be dealt with, but Spain is not in a minority in holding a different view, and surely secession is a decision that must be made by citizens and not Parliament. So I think your point 4 is profoundly flawed in what it states. Perhaps the core conundrum here is whether the norm should be that nations and states are coterminous, or can national autonomy flourish in multinational states? I hold the latter view, though there are times when it can't flourish, and multinational states have sometimes had a history of repression. There is, I think, a great question of importance here in terms of what happens, what are the ramifications if you believe that states and nations should be coterminous. I mean, how many nations are there in the world? I mean, the current estimates, as far as I can establish, range from 600 to 6,000. Well, if you had 6,000 states in the world, international order may be very difficult to maintain. Certainly international institutions, as they're currently governed, would be exceptionally difficult to operate. Now,
maybe he's going to come to this, but could he tell us what is his view and the view of the Conservative Party on the fact, it must be unprecedented, that we have democratically elected members of a government imprisoned on a charge of sedition in a Western European democracy?
Well, I think that was foolish action on the part of the Spanish state. But, this is for the Spanish people and the Catalan people to resolve as they are, I think, at the moment. I mean, there certainly are consequences from the action that the Constitutional Court in Spain has taken. Well, I think we need a fair and open debate here, Adam, so, perhaps you need to listen to the alternative point that is now being expressed. And who gets to say that a particular population, it could be a city, it could be a region, is now, in fact, a nation? These are highly contested matters. And the right to self-determination, in itself is not an easy thing to express. And what entity expresses it? Woodrow Wilson's 14 points tried to grapple with this, but he refused to talk to the Irish nationalists because he did not believe they had a right to statehood, because they were embedded in what he thought was a democratic multinational state. Now, few would agree with him probably in retrospect, but that's what he had. And, why should the entity be the nation? Cities are by far the oldest political unit in the world, and indeed, many are now generating a sense of identity that could, under certain circumstances, be interpreted as holding national characteristics. Can I just finish, Clive, by saying how highly problematic the concept of secession is in international law, and also how it's treated with the greatest caution by political philosophers. Not many political philosophers accept the principle of secession, and those that do highly qualify it. And, you know, I think it's fairly typical that the proposers of the motion are not even now listening. Well, I don't know. Generally, those that have held that secession...
Allow the member to continue now.
Those that have held that secession is legitimate do so in a highly qualified way when basically there's extensive repression over a long period, and that's been reacted to by a population that expresses an overwhelming and freely expressed will that is very, very obvious to discern. And I don't think those characteristics are present in Catalonia, but I mean that's for those people to determine. And the whole question, you know, does refer to should you invest in improving through democratic procedures your own state, or the state you find yourself in, and look for more autonomous expression, or should you drive for your own state? If that happens, you know, we will live in a world that contains many microstates and many states that perhaps are not as coherent as they first appear, and then face all sorts of pressures because, you know, when a nation becomes a state, it gets, you know, all sorts of forces then apply that do not apply when you're a nation within a larger body or a multinational state. So I do think that we need to be very, very careful, and those that believe that secession is legitimate need to reflect on when it is and to you know, read the literature on this, which recently has been quite extensive, because at the moment I think some people do not realise what they wish for.
Neil Hamilton.
Well, I'm delighted to rise to support the eloquent and moving plea of Adam Price, who opened this debate. And I would like to think that David Melding's speech was purely for the purposes of testing the hypotheses of those who have spoken so far, and he's acting, therefore, as the devil's advocate, an honoured position in Catholic theology. But sadly, I think he believed the sophistical arguments which he adduced. And I'll go straight to the question that he asked. What is a nation? Well, it's a matter of fact. A nation is a nation when it feels itself to be a nation. And yes, it may well be that we could have thousands of nation-states in the world, should the peoples of the world determine their futures in that way. We do have city-states, do we not, like Singapore, and actually one of the richest countries in the world, as I never tire of pointing out to the Finance Secretary in debates on taxation. And this debate is about one very simple principle, that of the right of self-determination, which is enshrined in the United Nations Charter. And for the life of me, I can't see why points 3 and 4 in this motion should be controversial to any Democrat. So I'm at a loss to understand the reasoning behind the objection to it. I certainly oppose the heavy-handed response of the Spanish government and the detention of Catalan representatives in prison. It is true that under the semi-Francoist constitution of Spain, that they acted against the law of the land. And I'm afraid the behaviour of the Spanish state shows that the ghost of General Franco still hovers over the political system in Spain today, sadly. What needs to change in Spain is the Spanish constitution, and there is no doubt that a very substantial proportion of the population in Catalonia wants to have independence. Whether it's a majority or not, I can't say. I take no view on the merits of it. I believe in the unitary state of the United Kingdom. I want Wales to remain part of it, but I accept absolutely the right of the Welsh people to determine their future for themselves in constitutional terms. And should the people of Wales decide by referendum and a majority that they want to be politically independent of the rest of the United Kingdom, I would say good luck to them, even though I would be on the other side of the argument. It must, at the end of the day, be for the people themselves to decide their own future. And no one, I believe, has the right to deprive people of that fundamental right. I read a very interesting article, which I wholly applaud and recommend everybody to read, by Mick Anthony in Wales Online this week, where he made a very prescient point. He said that the arrest and imprisonment of democratically elected government ministers for Catalonia has exposed a gaping wound in the European Union's constitutional commitment to uphold human rights and the rule of law. There is no doubt, he went on to say, that the declaration was in breach of the Constitution, but there can also be little doubt that failure of the central government on numerous occasions to support amendments to the Constitution to allow the possibility of independence through a free and fair referendum was a breach of Article 1 of the UN Convention. I would go further than that, and I would say it's also in breach of Article 11 of the European Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, the right of freedom of expression and information. Everyone has the right to freedom of expression. The right shall include freedom to hold opinions and receive and impart information and ideas without interference by public authority, regardless of frontiers. And so Spain, in my view, is in flagrant breach of that obligation, which is enshrined upon, which they all voted for as governments in the European Union, and which the Welsh Government has recently paid lip service to as part of the argument about Brexit. You know, I've no objection to many parts of that charter, although I do object to the way in which it's been interpreted in some ways by the European Court. But Article 11 seems to me is totally unobjectionable to anybody who believes in fundamental freedoms. And so I believe that it is essential that this Parliament of Wales, and other small people, as has already been pointed out, should express its solidarity with the people of Catalonia and any small nation which is being oppressed by its centralised government. The Spanish government, I think, should hang its head in shame for the way in which they've behaved towards these elected politicians in Catalonia. Spain obviously must sort out its own constitutional arrangements for itself, but the way to do that is not by thuggish behaviour and the repression of people on the streets, but by the force of argument in democratic institutions and free and fair votes.
Presiding Officer, I had last month the great pleasure to represent the First Minister at the annual gathering to commemorate those Welsh volunteers who joined the international brigades in Spain. And there was a political irony there that at that very time, when we were making that commemoration, there were the scenes in Spain of crowds making fascist salutes, singing Franco-era fascist songs, the growth of Franco-era phalangism, which seems to be behind a growth of Spanish Madrid-based nationalism, which is one of the real concerns. And I'm very grateful also to the comments made by Neil Hamilton. I'm glad to see he's undergone a Pauline conversion over the years from his previous apologism for the South African apartheid state and his tendency to be sympathetic towards the Pinochet fascist government in the 70s. And there's no doubt this is partly a struggle against those oppressive actions. But for me, it's fundamental. This isn't about Catalonian independence. It is about the rule of law and the proper interpretation of the rule of law as being something that actually represents the will of the people. And that's what a constitution is. A constitution that loses the will of the people, that divides the people, is no longer a workable constitution. It is no longer a compact between people. So for me, the biggest and about the saddest thing to see in this was the UK government automatically and blindly falling in with a hypocritical position that contradicted everything we said, whether it be from 1968, the invasion of Czechoslovakia, whether it be about the Falkland Islands, whether it be about Gibraltar, that ultimately it's the people's right to actually choose. And that's what this is actually about. And it's even equally distressing to see the sterility of really the argument within the European Union, that they have failed to actually grasp that one of the fundamentals of the European Union and the visions behind it was actually the grasp of the rule of law and fundamental principles and the rights of people, and that once you move away from that to defending purely the concept of the centralised state, then you begin to sow the seeds of your own destruction. So I think it is absolutely right in this Assembly that we actually make our own voice heard, that we actually stand up for, through this resolution, for what is ultimately support for democratic rights, support for the rule of law, and support for the fundamental principle enshrined in the United Nations Charter that people have the right to determine their future.
Galwaf ar arweinydd y tŷ, Julie James. Can I begin by thanking members for bringing this very important debate forward today and for sharing their contributions, and also for giving me this opportunity to contribute on behalf of the Welsh Government. It's really clear from today's debate and the passionate and principled contributions of members this afternoon the depth and strength of feeling that exists in the Chamber on this issue. I think it's only fair to begin by making the very obvious and important point that it would not be for the governments of Spain or Catalonia to try and influence the political structures we choose to develop for ourselves here in Wales. And in that vein, I do not believe it is for myself or the Welsh Government to express a view on whether Catalonia should or should not be an independent nation. That is not a matter for us to decide. But it is legitimate, I believe, for this Assembly to remind ourselves and others of the principles that underpin democratic institutions like ours, that have been really properly pointed out by a number of contributors to today's debate. 20 years ago or so, Wales voted to establish a National Assembly for Wales. It was a passionate and impassioned referendum campaign, two sides putting forward very different visions of the Wales they wanted to see in the future. I very much took part in that debate and was one of the very impassioned campaigners, and I took a very clear side. But what actually united all sides in the campaign was a fundamental acceptance that it would be for the people of Wales to take the decision about their future. And that result would be both respected and implemented, and of course it was. The constitutional and democratic will of the people of Wales expressed in that referendum was to set up a National Assembly and to take greater responsibility for the decisions and policies that affect us and our communities. So too did those principles underpin the referendum vote on Scottish independence in 2014. And again, it was a sometimes rough, sometimes tough, very impassioned campaign, but also founded on the core democratic principle that it was for the people of Scotland to decide their own future and that the result of the referendum would be honoured. As it was, Scotland remains a member of the United Kingdom. But I do not doubt for one second that had Scotland decided to vote for independence, that the UK government would have carried that through. Whilst both of these examples in their own ways are very different to the Catalan one we are discussing, there are many similarities as well. Popular sovereignty is the foundation stone upon which democratic politics is based. The principle of self-determination is one clearly set out in the UN Charter. So too is democratic politics based on respect, non-violence and intolerance of intimidation.
Thank you for taking the intervention. Reference has been made a number of times today to the UK allowing a vote in Scotland on secession. It is important to remember, of course, that the democratically elected Scottish Government did put forward plans for a second referendum, which were halted by the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. It was not up to the people of Scotland at that point to choose to have a vote or not.
Well, that's a very fair point, and it's part of an ongoing political discussion here in the United Kingdom about how such things should be dealt with, and actually one of the points that David Melding made very ably about the specific position of the UK state in this issue, which is an important point and one not to be forgotten. However, I think there's much to suggest that there's much in modern Spain that we can also admire. Many people have talked about the relationship between Wales and Spain over the years. Many of us have had ancestors, quite close ancestors, who fought in Spain and are very proud of having done so, or communities in which people fought in Spain against fascism, absolutely, and are very proud to have done so. To transition from repressive dictatorship to a democratic nation and a member of the EU in such a short space of time, and without the return to bitter and bloody civil war seen in its recent past, is in many ways a lesson to others, and something for which Spain needs to be admired. But it's clear for all to see that what has happened in Catalonia over the last few weeks and months has been a model to absolutely no one. The scenes we have witnessed and the images we have all observed have been shocking, and the hope now is that the future can be more positive than the past, and that in a democratic and constitutional process the people of Catalonia can decide their own fate, whatever that fate turns out to be, and that their voice and their decisions will be respected by the Spanish government. Certainly.
Do you think the Spanish state was wrong to stop the Catalans having their say?
Well, I certainly think the way they went about it was wrong, absolutely. It's part of an ongoing conversation in Spain, as it is indeed, as Rena Bjorth pointed out, an ongoing conversation in the UK. And it's a conversation that they're not having in any way that I would certainly recognise as a democratic process.
The principle of self-determination means that they have their say, surely.
I completely agree. I absolutely and completely agree. But at the time when democratic ideals are being tested all over the world, we do think that the people of Catalonia should have their rights and wishes respected. and that whatever the result of that, we can continue to hold up Europe as a home to democratic ideals and values for others to follow. Llawydd, in this debate, the Government of Wales will be abstaining, and we will be giving our backbenchers a free vote because we think it's extremely important that that goes. The abstention is not because we don't sympathise with the people of Catalonia, but because we do not think there's any role for the Welsh Government in deciding the fate of another nation. Galwaf Simon Thomas I ymateb i'r ddadl.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. First of all, can I welcome what the Cabinet Secretary has just said on behalf of the Government. I understand why the Government might do that, but I want to see the freely expressed views of her backbenchers on this issue, because this is not a motion in favour of Catalan independence or even in support of the Catalan Government. It's a motion designed around parliamentary democracy and the expression of free will by the peoples of the states, whether they're nation-states or not. And in that regard, I'm very pleased to have the support of a wide range of political voices, it has to be said, from Neil Hamilton to Lee Waters, Mick Antonew, and others who've contributed to this debate and focused on the democratic right of people to have their say. It is something that we've learnt over a long period in the United Kingdom to deal with, running up to the ability to give a referendum to the Scottish people, agreed between two governments of equals. And perhaps we learnt it at the time that we lost the 13 colonies, if you want to go back that far away. And I invite David Melding to return to William and Mary College, where I know he goes every year, and give that speech to those naughty American colonists who dared to declare independence and dared to secede from a state that wasn't providing for them, because that's what's at the heart of this debate. And I very much regret David Melding's approach to this. I expected something stronger in terms of democratic principles that he gave us earlier, if you like, but I think he was constrained by the fact that Rajoy and May have been dancing down Downing Street this week and forced to give a party political line. But I hope that I'm sorry, I really don't have time.
Shameful.
I think we want I think we want in this place to unite as parliamentarians and as people who agree with the right of a parliament to express will and negotiate on behalf of people. There is a personal element to this as well. There are 4 individuals still in prison in Catalonia due to the actions of the Spanish state that everyone, I think, has agreed is overreacting so far. So we have to remember the names of Oriol Junqueras, Joaquim Forn, the 2 former ministers still in prison. Oriol not able to see his children, and the 2 Jordis, of course, who are civil campaigners, not politicians, but civil campaigners, who have also been imprisoned. We must remember them, particularly at this time of year, perhaps, but also please unite as a Parliament to give an expression of solidarity, not taking sides, but solidarity with other parliaments to express the will of their peoples.
Y cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn y cynnig, a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Goheriaf y bleidlais felly ar yr eitem tan y cyfnod pleidleisio. Yr ddadl nesaf yw dadl Plaid Cymru ar gredyd cynhwysol galw ar Sian Gwenllian i wneud y cynnig.
Diolch Llywydd, ac mae'n bleser gen i gyflwyno dadl Plaid Cymru heddiw ar gredyd cynhwysol. Dyma'r ail ddadl mewn 6 wythnos i ni ei chyflwyno ar y mater yma, oherwydd ein bod ni yn pryderu yn fawr am yr effaith gaiff y polisi dinistrol hwn ar ein dinasyddion ni yng Nghymru. Fel nifer ohonoch chi yn y siambr heddiw yma, mi ydyn ni yn pryderu. Ond yn ogystal â hynny, ac yn ogystal â phwyntio bys at y toriaid, da ni hefyd ym Mhlaid Cymru yn cynnig atab heddiw. Atab fyddai'n dechrau rhoi grym yn ein dwylo ni yng Nghymru mwyn yn y pen draw dyfeisio system llawer tecach. Ddoe fe glwson ni fod 300 o denantiaid mewn dyled yn Horfaen, ble mae credyd cynhwysol ar waith ers mis Gorffennaf eleni. Mae adroddiad ar yr oblygiadau yn Horfaen yn deud hyn: early feedback indicates extremely disabling circumstances for many households. Mae safbwynt Plaid Cymru ar y mater yma yn glir. Mwyn amddiffyn ein dinasyddion rhag gweithredoedd y ceidwadwyr ar ei gweitha, mae'n rhaid dechrau datganoli gweinyddiaeth y system les i Gymru. Fe fedrwn ni wedyn roi terfyn ar y diwylliant o oedi a chosbi, a hefyd sicrhau mai unigolion nid cartrefi sydd yn derbyn taliadau, mwyn sicrhau na fydd y system newydd yn cael effaith anghymhesur ar ferched. Da ni'n awgrymu dechrau drwy ddatganoli'r gweinyddu fyddai'n golliogi ni yng Nghymru i fod yn fwy hyblyg efo taliadau ac i amrywio'r dull o dalu'r elfen tai. Mae hyn eisoes yn digwydd yn yr Alban. Yno, mae Llywodraeth yr SNP wedi newid amlder y taliadau o rai misol i rai bob bythefnos. Ac yn yr Alban mae yr elfennau tai yn cael eu talu'n uniongyrchol i landlordiaid yn ôl dymuniad y tenant. Gadewch i ni droi at fater y gost. Mae'r Alban wedi negodi fframwaith gyllidol efo San Steffan, sy'n golygu fod yr arian ar gyfer gweinyddu rhai elfennau o gredyd cynhwysol yn cael ei drosglwyddo i'r Alban fel rhan o'r bloc grant. Yn fy marn i, mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn defnyddio'r gost fel esgus i beidio gweithredu ar y mater yma. Wna i egluro fo mewn ffordd arall, jyst i wneud yn hollol glir bod pawb yn dallt, tydi gweinyddu lles ddim yn costio dim byd i Lywodraeth yr Alban, oherwydd fe addaswyd y grant bloc yn yr Alban fel bod swm ychwanegol ar gael i'r Alban ar gyfer y costa gweinyddol, gan gynnwys unrhyw costa cychwynnol hefyd gyda llaw. Mae Llywodraeth Cymru mewn sefyllfa i drefnu fframwaith tebyg i'r hynny negodwyd yn yr Alban, a dwi methu deall pam na fydda'r Llywodraeth yn dymuno rhoi cychwyn ar y negodi hynny. Mae'r Blaid Lafur Brydeinig wedi bod yn galw ar y Llywodraeth i wneud newidiadau i'r polisi credyd cynhwysol. Mae aelodau cynulliad y Blaid Lafur yn aml yn sefyll yn y siambr yma yn condemnio'r polisi. Felly dwi yn cynnig i chi ffordd bragmataidd hollol o fynd i'r afal ar broblem yma. A dwi'n cynnig, estyn cynnig i chi fel Llywodraeth i wneud rhywbeth i newid rhai o agweddau gweitha credyd cynhwysol. Mi fydda hynny yn cael ei werthfawrogi yn fawr gan y bobl sy'n cael ei effeithio ganddo fo. Ac mi fydda hynny hefyd yn dangos gwerth datganoli, ac yn dangos gwerth yn Senedd Genedlaethol ni o fedru cyflwyno syniadau amgen a ffordd decach o wneud pethau bydd ein dinasyddion ni a'n cymunedau.
Thank you. I have selected the two amendments to the motion. If Amendment 1 is agreed, Amendment 2 will be deselected. So I call on Mark Isherwood to move Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Paul Davis. Mark.
Yeah. Well, universal credit is designed to help people into work and support people who need help or cannot work. It replaces a system which discouraged people from working more than 16 hours a week and saw nearly 1.5 million people trapped on out-of-work benefits for nearly a decade. Unlike the disastrous rollout of tax credits, which saw millions of people facing clawbacks after overpayments of £7.3 billion, universal credit is being introduced gradually. People are moving into work faster and staying in work longer. It is only 6 weeks, as we heard, since the last Plaid Cymru debate on universal credit, where I noted that I had written to the UK Secretary for Work and Pensions regarding universal credit helpline charges before his announcement they were being scrapped, and that backbench Conservative MPs were doing their democratic job by calling for a reduction in the 6-week waiting time for universal credit payments. When I recently visited the new Job Centre Plus district manager for North and Mid Wales and staff at their Mould office, they told me that they can now focus on the claimant's needs, that instead of spending their days helping people filling out long forms as they come off and then back on job seekers allowance and dealing with queries about delays in payments, they can now concentrate on coaching people about how to find extra work and become financially independent. They also told me about the personal budgeting support they provide and about the advance payments available, although these had rarely been taken up so far, they told me. I urge all members to visit a Job Centre Plus office in their own area. The House of Commons Work and Pensions Select Committee stated in 2012 the principles behind universal credit have widespread support, which we share. Labour's Shadow Work and Pensions Secretary 3 years ago said Labour supports the principle of universal credit. Most of the respondents to the UK Government's 21st Century Welfare Consultation Paper agreed with the need for fundamental reform and the principles underpinning universal credit. I therefore move Amendment 1, noting that the principle behind universal credit is widely supported. Rather than scrapping it, Labour's 2017 UK manifesto said, quote, Labour will reform and redesign universal credit, ending 6 weeks' delays in payments. And in this context, Amendment 1 also welcomes the wide-ranging package announced in the UK Government's budget to address concerns around the transition to universal credit. This £1.5 billion package, which reduces a claimant's wait for their first payment to 5 weeks, is actually significantly more generous than reducing the payment to 1 month, which I'll develop.
Outside of the fact that I doubt any of us potentially in this room have ever gone 5 weeks without any income whatsoever, would you acknowledge that in nearly every single pilot that there's been, especially in Wales, that there are significant arrears as a result of this?
Where proper engagement between the different agencies involved has not worked, particularly local authorities and the local Job Centre Plus offices, that has arisen, and also housing associations. But where it's worked well, it has worked well. And it's about more than just money. It's about helping people get into work, stay in work and live independently. From next month, claimants will be offered an advance of up to 100%. In practice, this means that new claimants in December can already receive an advance of up to 50% and may now receive a second advance of up to 100% in the new year. Payments of advances will now be recoverable over 12 months rather than 6. Claimants who have previously received housing benefit will receive an extra 2 weeks' support, worth an average £233, which will be unrecoverable, automatic and received early in the first assessment period. The UK Government has also allocated, time's a bit short now, I'm afraid, Mick, I'm a bit worried that I'll run out, but if there's time at the end, I will. Okay. The UK Government has also allocated £8 million over 4 years to develop evidence over what works to help people progress in work. DWP officials have been working with the devolved administrations since March 2012 on plans for universal credit rollout, and the UK Government issued the Universal Credit Local Support Services Framework in February 2013, developed between the DWP and partners including the Welsh Local Government Association, to help claimants not yet ready to budget for themselves and those who need alternative and payment arrangements, including victims of domestic abuse. When we hear, for example, that in Wales the average value of rent arrears under universal credit is £450, more than 3 times the UK average, we therefore have to ask the Welsh Government what has gone wrong here. Community Housing Cymru believe that some of the issues surrounding universal credit could be targeted by improving communications between DWP, tenants and landlords. We also need to consider solutions such as the social change ARC passport scheme, allowing tenants to separate and prioritise rent and other payments and giving landlords greater security. And we need to engage with the UK Government's 10-year strategy to transform disability employment and help 1 million more disabled people into work. Thank you.
Thank you. Call on the Minister for Housing and Regeneration to move formally Amendment 2, tabled in the name of Julie James. Thank you. Dawn Bowden.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And over the weekend, I did a shift collecting food at Tesco's in Merthyr with the Merthyr Cynnon Food Bank. It was just a couple of hours of my time to assist the food bank volunteers who give many hours of their time, week in, week out, to provide invaluable support to people at the time of greatest need. And can I say that while I'm willing to do what I can to assist the work of the food bank, I don't find this an uplifting experience, as Mr Rees-Mogg MP described the work of food banks. In fact, I find it a very sad indictment of our times. Sad that so many people, 4,191 in my area alone, needed the help of a food bank in the last 12 months. And as we approach Christmas, that should give everyone cause to reflect. From the evidence of those constituents who come to me for advice, and I know I'm not alone in this, it's clear that a number of people needing support from food banks are those who have faced difficulties with the DWP. My constituency office is authorised to issue food bank vouchers, and in the conversations with constituents, it's all too often a crisis caused by a benefit claim or a delay in payment that leads directly to their need for emergency help. People in my constituency are facing those difficulties now, and that is before the rollout of universal credit arrives in Merthyr Tydfil and Rumney. And I have real fears that for some of the most vulnerable people in my community, when these changes eventually take place, fears that are borne out from the evidence from those areas where universal credit has already been implemented, like the example from Torfaen that we've already heard about. I can't help but contrast the impact of universal credit, which, remember, is not just a key part of Tory welfare reform, but is also part of a bigger picture of failed Tory austerity policies, and contrast that with the progress that was made in the fight against child, family and pensioner poverty under previous Labour governments. Statistics show that from the late 1990s until the arrival of the UK coalition government in 2010, Labour had used the levers of government to help lift 500,000 children and 900,000 pensioners out of relative poverty. And as we've talked about many times, the plague of in-work poverty in our communities continues to grow as the abolition of tax credits has pretty much wiped out the potential benefit from the introduction in 2015 of George Osborne's phony living national wage. As many of us might well highlight, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation has just reported that child, family and pensioner poverty is now pretty much back at pre-1997 levels. So as a direct result of UK government-imposed austerity, we've gone backwards over recent years in dealing with poverty, and the rollout of universal credit will set us back even further. I often wonder to what extent a UK government cabinet full of Tory millionaires can ever truly understand these issues. Do they ever get out and see firsthand the impact of their policies on the least resilient members of our communities? And if they do, and they persist with these changes, then they have no heart, no scruples and no compassion. So I'm pleased that Plaid Cymru have brought forward this motion, as we clearly do share concerns over the flaws in universal credit, and I fear that without a fundamental change in UK government policy on this, we will return to the debate many more times in the coming year.
Thank you. Gareth Bennett.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thanks to Plaid for bringing today's debate. As Sian Gwenllian stated in her opening remarks, Plaid did bring a debate on this subject 6 weeks ago, and I gave UKIP's position at that time. Our stance hasn't really changed since then, so I will be fairly brief, particularly bearing in mind that this is only a half-hour debate. We in UKIP share the concerns of other parties here over universal credit. As a party, we haven't supported a lot of the Conservatives' welfare reforms. We were against the bedroom tax, for instance. So in these particular matters, we definitely aren't to the right of the Conservatives, as many people like to characterise us, but we are actually closer to the left of centre parties. Strange but true. We share concerns over the length of time, yeah, sure they're delighted, the length of time taken to make the payments, the fact that joint payments can leave people destitute, and the fact that direct payment of universal credit to tenants rather than landlords will undoubtedly increase rent arrears. And we are also worried over the fairly random application of sanctions that will likely occur, and by the fact that sanctions could be taken against people who are already in work and who may already have 2 or even 3 jobs. And this kind of thing renders the whole scheme of universal credit rather an abject nonsense, whatever good intentions may have initially lay behind it. Now, I don't normally spend much time in here knocking the Conservatives, because there's enough of that going on from the Labour and Plaid Cymru benches. So it does get a bit repetitive, and I don't want to fall out with the Conservative members here, who are perfectly amenable people. No, I'm not going anywhere. Thank you. Thanks for the suggestion. And of course, they also now number some of our old friends, like Mark Reckless, although currently absent. He's not there. He's not here either, Mike. So, but to be serious, I'm not sure giving responsibility for the welfare system to Ian Duncan Smith in 2010 was ever really going to be a good idea. This is the chap who turned up in Merthyr not long after his appointment and said, seemingly on the spur of the moment, that it might be a good idea if some of the locals thought about popping down to Cardiff to look for work. When, of course, the reality was that thousands of people from Merthyr and other valleys towns were already doing that and had been doing that for some years. So the universal credit scheme, overseen by such a naive blunderer as IDS, was never really likely to be a success. However, I would repeat that we don't support Plaid's objective in getting the welfare system devolved to Wales. We recognise what the Welsh Government has stated on this count, that this would only place a huge additional spending burden on the Welsh public. So while we do share Plaid's concerns over universal credit, we do not share their proposed solution.
Thank you. Call the Minister for Housing and Regeneration, Rebecca Evans.
I'd like to thank members for their contributions to the debate this afternoon. I'd like to be clear that we agree with much of the Plaid Cymru motion, differing only as our amendment makes clear over the practicability and the desirability of taking over the administrative responsibility for social security. As members would expect, we reject the complacent amendment from the Conservatives, which glosses over the real suffering being caused by their party's botched and heartless efforts at welfare reform. We've repeatedly called on the UK Government to end their flawed and unnecessary austerity policy, a policy reinforced by their autumn budget. We remain concerned about the impact of previously announced welfare cuts, especially given that we know these will hit low-income households hard, and particularly those households with children. Recent Institute of Fiscal Studies analysis projects that absolute child poverty in Wales will increase by nearly 7 percentage points between 2013-15 and 2019-21. And this is driven by the UK Government's welfare benefit changes, including the limiting of tax credit and the universal credit to 2 children and the freeze to most working age benefits. The planned UK Government's tax and benefit reforms account for nearly 4 of those 7 percentage points in the increase in absolute child poverty over this period, and the remainder of the 7% is due to projected earnings growth and other changes in the economy.
I have some great sympathy for some of the arguments that you're outlining, but how can you say that when you don't want to have the powers to be able to do something about it yourself?
I think history has taught us what happens when the UK Government devolves benefits to us, for example, with the council tax benefit, where they top-sliced the budget. So we certainly once bitten, twice shy there. And frankly, the responsibility for this does lie with the UK Government, and the UK Government needs to sort this out. Analysis, well, we've got our own responsibilities here that are devolved to us in the Welsh Government. And analysis by the Institute of Fiscal Studies also shows that households in Wales will lose 1.6% of their net income on average, or around £460 a year from the UK Government's tax and benefit reforms introduced between 2015-16 and 2019-20. And this is the equivalent to around £600 million a year to Wales as a whole. We know that lower-income households, and particularly those with children, will lose considerably more on average, around 12% of net income. And large families are particularly hard hit, losing around £7,750 a year, or 20% of their net income on average. So I'm deeply concerned about the devastating impact that the universal credit is having on our most vulnerable people. The analysis by the IFS shows that whilst one-earner couples with children may gain, working lone parents and two-earner couples are likely to lose. So the UK Government's claim that universal credit will encourage people into work and make work pay just doesn't stack up, because it weakens the incentive for both parents to work, and it weakens the incentive for single parents to be in work. Unfortunately, though, the UK Government seems determined to ignore these facts and maintains the line that universal credit ensures that work always pays. Immediately after coming to post, I wrote to the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, setting out our concerns and the views of this National Assembly for Wales, which were expressed during the previous debate that we had on this subject. I called on him to reverse the UK Government's damaging cuts to welfare, to halt the role of universal credit, and to address the fundamental concerns being raised with regards to it. As part of his response to me last week, the Secretary of State said that around 80% of new universal credit claimants are being paid in full and on time. But even if that's the case, I have to ask, what about the other 20%? Failure on this scale is leading to claimants seeking urgent help from food banks, with many struggling to cope with the complexities of this new benefit. What's extremely worrying to me is that of those new universal credit claimants who are seeking vital support with their housing costs, many will not be able to pay their first rent to their landlord until their first payment is received. And local authorities, where universal credit full service is already in operation, are telling us that they're seeing increases in rent arrears for many tenants. This is causing or exacerbating debt problems for those who are most in need of support, and it has serious consequences for people who may face eviction as a result of not having the money to pay their rent. I spoke to the Minister of State for Employment on the day of the autumn statement. He told me that the DWP has put in place advance payments for new universal credit claimants waiting for their first payment. The DWP says this payment will be made within 5 working days of application and on the same day to anyone in urgent need. I say, as I said to the Minister, that they need to go much further in addressing the issues. I do not consider that the DWP's solution of offering a loan is sustainable as a permanent solution for claimants who will often already be in debt. No one is claiming that benefit rates are generous, so tell me, how is a claimant expected to live on 11/12 of that benefit for a whole year while the original advance is being paid off? I wrote to the Minister for Employment last week, seeking his assurances that universal credit claimants would be able to receive payments over the Christmas period. DWP officials have indicated to my officials that there are robust procedures in place to ensure that all payments to claimants due by the 21st and 22nd of December will be paid. And I sincerely hope that these reassurances will be borne out in practice, but I have to say our experience to date of the UK Government's delivery of universal credit and other welfare benefits doesn't fill me with confidence. The National Advice Network for Wales is working closely with us and with other key partners to ensure that the advice services can help claimants through the complexities of universal credit. The DWP must recognise that many claimants want and need to choose the frequency of their payments. I'll be impressing on the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions that the choice should be universally available to all claimants of universal credit through the DWP's alternative payment arrangements. I do not believe that we would need the same administrative arrangements as in Scotland to achieve this. Evidence recently presented to the Work and Pensions Committee indicates that there are real disadvantages to the flexibilities offered to claimants in Scotland, with payments being deferred as a result. The flexible arrangements in Scotland only start after the first universal credit payment is received, so some Scottish payments have been waiting 6 weeks or more for their first payment.
Are you winding up, please?
I'm winding up. I do not support the devolution of welfare or the administration of welfare to Wales. The devolution of welfare benefits the Scottish Government has transferred the associated financial risk, with the demand for welfare benefits growing faster per head in Scotland than in England from the point of devolution. And for Wales, this would pose a significant and unacceptable financial risk. And the costs associated with administering the welfare system would take resources away from the front-line delivery of service. So, to conclude, as I've already said, we will be opposing the Conservative amendment, which, like I have to say, the Conservative contribution fails to acknowledge the scale of the problems which have already been identified. And as set out in our amendment, we believe that were we to take on administrative responsibility for social security without substantial additional funding from the UK, it would simply transfer additional financial burdens to the Welsh Government and create unfulfillable expectations that the Welsh Government would be able to make more generous provisions for claimants.
Thank you. Can I call on Steffan Lewis to reply to the debate?
Diolch, Dir Bwylywydd, and I thank members for their contributions this afternoon. Dawn Bowden raised the important point that, of course, welfare reform is part of a wider social agenda of this UK Conservative government, and is a central theme of austerity. In Gareth Bennett's contribution, I listened to it carefully. I wasn't sure whether by the end he was going to defect to the Conservative Party or the Communist Party, but I thank him for his contribution this afternoon. I have to say, I'm deeply disappointed with the Minister's response to the debate today. It is a fact that the Scottish Government have negotiated through their fiscal framework with the UK Government for an uplift to the block grant in order to cover the costs of the administration of welfare. And I think it's interesting to point out as well that earlier on in a debate in this chamber, the Cabinet Secretary for Local Government reiterated the Welsh Government's proposals for the devolution of justice to this place. Nobody has suggested that there would be an enormous administrative cost that would mean that public services would have to be cut to cover it. In fact, the First Minister himself has repeatedly said that he is confident that the Welsh Government come to an arrangement with the UK Government in order to have a Barnett consequential and other consequentials as well, so that Wales can cover the costs of further powers. And there is no reason why that cannot be negotiated between the Welsh Government and the UK Government for the administration of welfare and universal credit in particular. And let's also not kid ourselves to suggest that devolved services and devolved government and local government is not already paying a hefty price for the damaging welfare reforms that are being pushed through, I think, is to be in complete denial about the reality. Part of the point of devolution of the administration of welfare would be that we would run a more efficient and effective and humane system in this country that would end up saving money for public services. Why are there programmes that the Welsh Government is administering at the moment, such as supporting people? Very good programmes indeed, but part of the reason for the increased demand upon those services is because welfare is being administered by the Conservatives at Westminster today. And I have to say, I find it absolutely incredible that a Labour minister would rather a Conservative in London administer welfare and social protection for the citizens of Wales than take responsibility themselves. And also, let's also bear in mind the fact that the administration of welfare, of course, was always devolved and localised. It's the interwar period was that period where centralisation occurred. Of course, I'll take it in.
Thank you. Would you acknowledge that the reason why universal credit has been piloted across the UK is because of the scale of the issues that are attached to it? And would you also acknowledge it would be a double whammy for those claimants in Wales if we don't get the amount of money that would be needed to fund this properly? And that is the concern. It is the claimants that are the heart of this.
Well, I'm sure that the member will have as much faith as I do in the Cabinet Secretary of Finance for him to go up to London and negotiate a deal for Wales for the administration of welfare that would bring us the consequences that we need. And I have every confidence that we'd be able to do a much better job of administering welfare in this country ourselves than that lot up in London. Absolutely. I was making the point, Deputy Presiding Officer, that the administration of welfare and its centralisation is a relatively new thing in these islands. The reason why we have the Merthyr Tydfil judgment of 1900 is because of a stand taken by the Polo Guardians of Merthyr Tydfil to try and support striking miners. And, of course, we have Circular 703 issued by the Ministry of Health back in the pre-war days in order to try and curtail local support for people living in poverty. And the interwar period saw the emergence of a hyper-centralised state, and originally after the Second World War that benefited many people. But the political reality today is that for as long as everything is in the hands of ministers in London, then it's the citizens of Wales that will pay the heavy price, and the most vulnerable citizens of Wales that will pay the heaviest price. And in closing, Deputy Presiding Officer, I mentioned that period of hyper-centralisation during the interwar period. And Professor Norman Grinsberg, someone who's a social policy expert, to describe the centralisation of that period, served to contain the revolutionary potential of the working class. Why don't we decentralise it, and perhaps the Welsh Government can find its own revolutionary potential to protect the people of this country?
Thank you very much. The proposal is to agree the motion without amendment. Does any member object? Thank you. Therefore, we defer voting under this item until voting time. Unless 3 members wish for the bell to be rung, I am going to proceed to voting time. It's fine. Thank you. So we'll move to the first vote of this afternoon, which is the Plaid Cymru debate on Catalonia. Call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Rhun ap Iorwerth. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion, 28. 14 abstentions, 12 against. Therefore, the motion is agreed. We now move to a vote on the Plaid Cymru debate on universal credit. And I call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Rhun ap Iorwerth. If the proposal is not agreed, we vote on the amendments tabled to the motion. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion, 10, 6 abstentions, 38 against. Therefore, the motion is not agreed. We now move to vote on the amendments. If Amendment 1 is agreed, Amendment 2 is deselected. So Call for a vote on Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Paul Davis. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the amendment, 12, no abstentions, 42 against. Therefore, Amendment 1 is not agreed. I now call for a vote on Amendment 2, tabled in the name of Julie James. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion, 31, 1 abstention, 22 against. Therefore, Amendment 2 is agreed. We now call for a vote on the motion as amended. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion, 32, no abstentions, 22 against. Therefore, the motion as amended is agreed. We now move on to our next item on the agenda. If people are leaving the chamber, please do so quickly, quietly. I don't know why I bother saying that. Maybe. We now move to the short debate, and I call Janet Finch-Saunders to speak on the topic she has chosen.
Deputy Presiding Officer, and this basically is a call for GPs to undertake routine screening for type 1 diabetes in children and young people. And Lynn Eagle AM has kindly offered to give a minute with her, and my colleague Mark Reckless. I would like to speak today on the importance of screening, particularly in children and young people, especially when they do present with the very foretelling signs of severe illness. The potentially devastating effects of type 1 diabetes has been highlighted to me through evidence given in to me as a member of the Petitions Committee by the family of 13-year-old, the late Peter Baldwin, who tragically lost his life in early 2015 as a result of diabetic ketoacidosis, DKA. Peter's family may be with us this evening and were certainly doing their best to be here, but I know his mother and his father, working along with Diabetes UK, have worked very hard to try and ensure that no other family have to go through what they've had to endure. In her words, this is the mother's words, Peter loved life at school and his friends. He was a fit and healthy teenager who had the world at his feet. He'd just been to Germany with the school and had come back with a winter cold. On New Year's Eve, he was very unwell, so we visited our GP. He diagnosed a chest infection, giving us antibiotics. No type 1 test was offered or considered. I explained that Peter was sleeping lots and drinking lots, which we now know are 2 of the major signs of the 4 Ts. 24 hours later, at 4:30 on New Year's Day, we called the out-of-hours service and explained that we were very concerned about Peter, who was fast deteriorating. Laboured breathing and delirium. Insisting this was very urgent, we were transferred to 999, which was engaged for quite a short time. I asked for an ambulance, which I had to be very direct about. The operator kept asking if this was deemed necessary. Thank goodness I insisted, and I stuck to my guns. Many at this point would have given up. The rapid response paramedic arrived shortly, and the first thing he did after giving Peter oxygen was to prick his finger. He diagnosed Peter on the spot with type 1 diabetes, and it took less than 30 seconds. The paramedic called an ambulance, and within 15 minutes, we were in the rhesus department at the Heath Hospital. Peter was given the right care. He fought for 6 days, but his poor little body couldn't cope, and he never recovered. Diabetic ketoacidosis can be fatal. Peter had presented at his GP surgery days before. A 2-second finger prick test by his GP at that time could and would have diagnosed type 1 diabetes and given Peter and his family a vital 24-hour head start to fight the DKA. It is a testament to the dedication and commitment of Peter's family to campaigning in his memory that I'm stood here tonight raising this. They want to, and I want to make sure that no one else ever has to go through the same horrific experience that they have, and that nobody loses their child unnecessarily. Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune condition where the body is attacked and destroys insulin-producing cells, meaning that no insulin is produced. This causes glucose to quickly rise in the blood, and everyone with type 1 diabetes must therefore take insulin to control their blood sugar or blood glucose levels. The condition is not preventable and there is no known cure. Now, we do know that around 1,500 children and young people have type 1 diabetes in Wales. The peak age for diagnosis is around 9 to 14 years of age, and Diabetes UK tell us that of these, 24%, that's around 360, will have been diagnosed very late in the life-threatening stage of DKA, or diabetic ketoacidosis. In the under-5s age group, this number increases to 29%. At this stage of late diagnosis, type 1 diabetes is a rapid onset condition, resulting in a child becoming critically ill and very fast. If left without immediate testing, referral and treatment, this can be fatal. We also know that type 1 diabetes in children is relatively rare. The Royal College of GPs estimates that the rate amongst children under 15 to be 187 in every 100,000 children, meaning that a GP might go their entire career without experiencing such a case. Further, a range of common childhood illnesses such as flu, water infections or chest infections can be misleading and can sometimes lead to misdiagnosis, which is why it is so very important that we raise critical awareness of the potential meaning of these symptoms. I want to make it clear that this campaign, this debate, is not calling for population-wide screening. The Cabinet Secretary has made it clear that this would create concern about a significant number of unnecessary referrals and investigations. Therefore, this call is for screening to take place in every instance that a child or young person presents with the 4 symptoms that we know are key indicators of type 1 diabetes. The 4 T's: tired, thirsty, toilet, and having lost weight, being thinner. Feeling more tired than usual, being thirsty and not being able to quench that thirst, going to the toilet a lot, bedwetting by a previously dry child, or heavier nappies in babies, losing weight and looking thin and gaunt, more so than usual. If a GP believes a child to have type 1 diabetes, then they must refer them immediately and on the same day to their local specialist paediatric team to get immediate treatment and to prevent potentially fatal DKA. And we know that testing for diabetes when these symptoms present is very easy, and it is very cost-effective when one considers that we are talking about a child's life. It takes 2 seconds. A finger prick test undertaken by a GP every time a child presents with these symptoms allows for the detection of type 1 to take place as early as possible in primary care settings, and thereby offers a real potential and a real chance to reduce the instances of undiagnosed type 1 diabetes. This has been supported in evidence received by the Petitions Committee from Diabetes UK, the Children and Young People Wales Diabetes Network, through representation from Dr Christopher Bidder, whose letter is supported by a number of health boards, as well as the Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health. The RCN has noted that the 4 T's should be asked routinely as part of a history-taking exercise. In principle, there would be no reason why blood glucose testing of children and young people shouldn't be carried out more routinely in primary care settings. Devices are portable, they're inexpensive, and this provides flexibility about where the test can be carried out. But staff do have to be adequately trained, and the resources available to carry out the test, and obviously the required follow-ups. Additionally, Betsy Cadwaladr University Health Board has noted that education for primary care health professionals should include raising the awareness of the classic symptoms for type 1 diabetes and prompts on-the-spot finger prick blood glucose testing for any individual. Clearly, there is much support for this proposal. So why is it not being taken forward effectively, and why is this concern not being taken seriously? Despite almost Wales-wide support for a finger prick test when children present with these symptoms and the presence of finger prick equipment in all GP surgeries, the Royal College of Nursing has noted that currently there are no agreed notional standards for primary care education relating to diabetes. In taking evidence in committee, we soon became aware that there does still remain some disparities across health boards in terms of type 1 diabetes pathways for children and young people. In their written submissions, only the Cardiff and Vale, Cymtath and the Betsy board specifically mention a pathway by name. Abertawe did not specifically mention a pathway, but noted that GPs were expected to follow NICE guidelines. Anea in Bethin stated that they do not have a formal pathway, but noted their expectations for referral to a children's unit for same-day assessment were in line with NICE guidance. Powys noted a limited variation in their diagnosis and referral pathways due to the various NHS providers used in different areas of the health board, and stated that it does not have a policy for point-of-care blood glucose testing in primary care. And Howell Dhar did not specifically detail a pathway or even refer to the NICE guidance. There is some progress. Cardiff and Vale noted that an all-Wales pathway for diagnosis of diabetes in children and young people is in the final stages of preparation. The pathway emphasises point-of-care blood glucose testing in all children where diabetes might be suspected in accordance with NICE guidelines. Yet no mention of the 4Ts is made here, and this is the critical point here. We still await the outcome of the All Wales pathway. Now, I trust that following this debate, and more so following the massive campaign that this family, Diabetes UK and other organisations, medical, sort of people in the medical sector, they've really emphasised the need that when children present with the 4Ts, that a simple glucose blood prick testing would really make the difference. And I suppose really the reason I'm raising this here today is the frustration that the Cabinet Secretary will not push forward with a drive to ensure that this simple testing can take place in all GP surgeries when children with the 4Ts present. I'd like to finish by quoting Beth Baldwin once more on our aims here, which are immediate, short and long term. Sharing Peter's story and introducing type 1 testing as part of protocol, refreshing GP and primary care awareness, annual e-learning for the dangers of undetected type 1 diabetes, working in partnership with organisations to create awareness campaigns. Cabinet Secretary, I urge you to consider this as a matter of vital priority. The cost for such a campaign for routine screening is low and, again, does not compare when we're talking to the life of just one child. It is crucial that we work to prevent the risk of potentially fatal DKA for the 24% of children and young people who are diagnosed late and at a critical life-threatening stage with type 1 diabetes. Clearly here, vigilance and testing can save lives. You have the power and you have the ability to get that message across. Please do it, Cabinet Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and can I thank Janet for letting me have a minute of her time. I've also been grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for Health for his recent engagement on the No Type 1 campaign and for meeting with myself, colleagues Julie Morgan and Jane Bryant, and Diabetes UK Cymru and Beth Baldwin, who has campaigned so courageously following the tragic death of our son Peter 2 years ago. As the Cabinet Secretary knows from those meetings, I strongly support the calls for an awareness-raising campaign about type 1 diabetes, particularly amongst GPs, school staff and parents. Janet has very clearly articulated how easy it is to save a life with a simple finger prick test. And I am keen to see Cabinet Secretary further direction from you and Welsh Government to raise awareness on this. Diabetes UK Cymru would like to see type 1 information presented to parents as regularly as it is on other childhood conditions like meningitis, for example, and this could be done through health visitors and use of the Red Book. Very simple but also very effective. They're also preparing information packs for schools and GP surgeries, which will be ready next year, and a video resource that can be used for GPs. And I think there is a key role here for Welsh Government to facilitate the distribution and promotion of these materials so that their use is encouraged. I'm conscious I've only got a minute, so just finally, can I ask if there is any update, Cabinet Secretary, on the discussions you've had with the Children and Young People's Diabetes Network on increasing the availability of glucose meters and electronic prompts for GPs?
Mark Reckless.
Thank you. My exposure to type 1 diabetes mainly came through attending summer camps with the BDA, the forerunner of Diabetes UK, with my father, a doctor, and my mother, a nurse, who helped run those camps for young diabetes. Janet mentioned only, I think, 0.2% of children have type 1 diabetes, and some would feel very isolated and wouldn't feel normal or understood because of having to inject themselves regularly. So I think that was so useful for them, and raising awareness in the way Janet suggests, I think, will also help on that front. I think also what she says about the 4 Ts and having the GP respond to those by doing the finger prick test, I think is a better way of dealing with what was suggested was doing in Aaron Bevan, and also I think maybe the nice guidance of referring to a separate centre, because that test is so easy for a GP to do. It can also rule out ones who would not otherwise need to be tested if they don't have type 1 diabetes, and I trust will be met with much more enthusiasm by GPs than what they had to do, I think, several decades ago, which was taste the patient's urine to see if it was sweet. A little blood test, I think, is more realistic and is the way forward.
Thank you very much. Can I call the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Services to reply to the debate? Vaughan Gething.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I have listened carefully to the comments that were made in the debate today, and I recognise the member for raising what is an important issue. All of us in this room are aware that diabetes can cause significant long-term health problems, and in rare circumstances it can be fatal. And I particularly want to, at the outset, recognise the commitment and, as Lynn Neal said, the courage of the Baldwin family in using their tragic experience to want to campaign to raise money for the cause, but also awareness to try and improve outcomes for other families. I know it's been an incredibly difficult time for them as they've gone through the loss of a child, to want to make sure that, as far as possible, that other parents don't have to go through that. I'm pleased that Janet Finch-Sawder has clarified during her contribution that she's not calling for the regular routine testing of children. From the subject of the debate, it appeared to me that that would be the call that would be made, so I'm grateful that she clarified that during the course of her contribution. We know that there are researchers who are looking to develop a blood test that can identify the antibodies that attack cells in the pancreas years before the onset of symptoms. However, those tests aren't sufficiently accurate for use in population screening. And in fact, in the Diabetes UK written evidence to the Petitions Committee, they recognised that population screening was not something that they would support. There isn't evidence to suggest that it would be the right thing to do, and it would in any event be difficult. Now, the challenge is how we get to the testing based on clinical judgment, and recognise that it isn't practical to test all unwell children for type 1 diabetes. So the challenge is how we prompt the diagnosis once an individual shows signs of type 1 diabetes in a more effective approach, as is recommended by NICE. So this goes back to the evidence in the Petitions Committee. They support the current approach to test children and young people for type 1 diabetes when they present to a clinician with symptoms. And the challenge there again is, how do we get to that being more consistent? That's why we've recognised in our updated diabetes delivery plan the need to support the awareness of symptoms to prompt people to seek early help from health services. And the plan committed to develop an awareness campaign led by Diabetes UK Cymru, and of course they've had significant support and impetus from the Baldwin family in doing so. And again, as Janet Finzona has recognised, I don't think it hurts to remind ourselves of the 4 common symptoms: the need to go to a toilet, a lot of the onset of bedwetting in a previously dry child, being really thirsty and not able to quench that thirst, feeling more tired than usual and losing weight, or being thinner than usual. And in those circumstances, the encouragement is for parents to seek advice from their GP. But given the number of health measures that are directed at the public and the small number of children who do develop type 1 diabetes, there are, of course, limitations that we should recognise in relying only on general public awareness raising. That's why our national plan highlights the need for health boards to ensure staff are sufficiently knowledgeable to appropriately identify and refer on for suspected type 1 diabetes, because we do believe that the focus should be on the implementation of the evidence-based guidelines from NICE on testing and referral. And as Janet Finzona set out, NICE recommends same-day referral to Specialist Diabetes Service for suspected type 1 diabetes and immediate blood glucose testing for children presented with nausea or vomiting, abdominal pain, hyperventilation, dehydration or reduced consciousness. Because we do want to ensure, as Janet's outlined, and as indeed the petition, as it's changed in its initial call to where it is now, we want to ensure there is consistency among health services, and that is why the Children and Young People's Diabetes Network is developing a type 1 referral pathway that should re-emphasise how people with suspected type 1 diabetes should be identified and referred for testing. And on this point specifically, I'll come back to Lynn Neagle's specific ask about the availability of glucose meters, as I set out in my letter to the Petitions Committee of the 6th of October this year, and indeed has come from our previous conversation, so I will come back specifically on that point. But if the pilot that we're running is successful and shows an improvement in both identification and referral on, then the commitment that I've given is that we will roll that out across Wales, so we have a consistent process and understanding to support clinicians. And the network is already working with our NHS informatics provider to develop electronic prompts for clinicians to support adherence to the referral pathway if it is introduced. And again, that's been part of the call from both Diabetes UK and the Baldwin family that we specifically discussed in the meeting with Lynn Neagle colleagues and the Baldwin family. So we're exploring a number of additional options which can support better diagnosis, such as the use of Datix reporting, which is a formal process of reporting adverse healthcare incidents where inappropriate tests are carried out. And there is also the potential to use learning from these reports across the wider system to re-emphasise best and expected practice, and consideration being given to making available an e-learning module for GPs. And again, I'll come back to confirm how that is being taken forward. The sad truth is there's no easy answer to this problem. Only a small number of children will develop the disease. And based on the evidence we have, the onset is too sudden for a screening programme to be effective. So the challenge is how we have the consistency in the approach from our clinicians. So we need to support them to embed good practice and work with health boards on the consistency of service delivery. And of course, follow-up services such as diabetic retinopathy are important to monitor the health of individuals who are diagnosed as having diabetes. But our focus will remain on the prompt identification of symptoms, diagnosis and treatment, and I do expect to update members in this place or in other committees on the work that we are doing and the work that I've committed to do on having a pilot and then considering a rollout to improve the position for every family so that other parents are spared the unfortunate and the tragic circumstances that Peter Baldwin's family have had to go through.
Thank you very much, and that brings today's proceedings to a close. Thank you.